Dr. Opowoye. Dr. Opowoye. What is this discussion about? Let me settle issue first. Now, arrangement for the sitting arrangement now is Group A. But already I have posted it on a platform. Group A should move to Green Chamber. You know Green Chamber now, Old Senate Chamber. Group A are Kolamrud, Baltec, and Kolanim. Group A. Please move to your hall. Group A. And see this. And see this. Kolamrud, Baltec, Kolanim, and Sidis should move to Green Chamber. Now, Group B, please. It's time for business. Group B, Cobals, Colens, and Covis. And the population is about 7, am I right? Because I'm disappointed to say it's scanty people here. There's a attendance sheet to sign. You sign in and the time. And at the end of today's lecture, you see sign and the timeout. So please, you are not permitted to leave this lecture or except you want to ease yourself. So after the first lecture, you will have a break. Green Chamber. Kolanim, Green Chamber. Sidis, Green Chamber. Baltec, Green Chamber. Kolem, come tomorrow. Colens, Red Chamber. Covis, Red Chamber. Cobals, Red Chamber. Okay, I'll hand the microphone to the coordinator for this center.
Distinguished colleagues, please, I don't know how we want it. I would prefer if we can just make do with the first 4 rows. First 4 rows, so you can, yes, or maybe the center, please. Please, just feel free, sit anywhere in the center, please. Thank you very much. Come with your writing materials. Sorry. Sorry. Where is this? You have to present it. How do you do it? Correction, she assists you. Yeah, okay. So, distinguished colleagues, once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for making yourself available for today's workshop. I can assure all of you that today is going to be a memorable day for everybody. Yes. Before I take the citation of the resource person for today, okay, I'll just go ahead so as they put it going. Professor Stephen Olaoluwa Afolami was the pioneer vice chancellor 2013-2020 of St. Augustine University, Ilara Epe, Lagos, Nigeria. He was also a former dean postgraduate school here in Funab. Yes, I think that he was the dean when I was running my PhD. Yeah, I can remember them vividly. And of course, he was my teacher and also for my college. So I knew him as a father, friend, and of course, a senior colleague. We learned so much from him. Yes. His early years. He was born into a highly respected family of Pa Gabriel Omotesho and Mama Juliana Afolami of blessed memory, on the 5th of January, 1951 in Oka, current headquarters of Akoko Southwest local government area of Ondo State, which happens to be the place of my wife. His education, fellowship, and awards. Professor Afolami was privileged to start life with Awolowo Free Education policy of the Old Western region in 1957 and proceeded to obtain the West African Examinations Council certificate as a grade 1 candidate in 1968 with 6 A's. I think we have to hit those things a little, yes. 6 A's. He obtained a bachelor's degree in agricultural biology from the University of Ibadan in 1974 and a PhD in hematology in 1987. He won the Ford Foundation Summer Research Scholarship for training in hematological research at International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, that's IITA Ibadan, in 1973, and was also awarded a postgraduate Ford Foundation Scholarship for Nematology in 1975 at the same institute. As a young scientist, Professor Steve Afolabi was a member of the International Melodogain Project. That word will sound very familiar to most of us that did agriculture, Melodogain Project, sponsored by United States Agency for International Development, USAID, for the worldwide research, which established the 4 most important root knot nematode species and their effects of crops in the tropics, subtropics, and temperate regions of the world over a period of 7 years. He was also a member of the International Crop Nematode Research and Control Project of the North Carolina State University from 1983 to 1993 with the USAID funding. Research activities in crop protection. Professor Stephen Afolabi pioneered cocoa nematode research in Nigeria and has trained 9 nematologists at PhD level in the Department of Crop Protection at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, FUNAB. He has played a key role in the search for resistance to root knot nematode in various 3 and arable crops with his team of postgraduate and undergraduate academic papers in reputable journals. His professional leadership. Professor Afolabi was at different times the head of departments of crop production and crop protection of FUNAB, President, Nigerian Society for Plant Protection, NSPP, Editor-in-Chief, Nigerian Journal of Plant Protection. He is the founding member of the Nigerian Society for Nematology and its first vice president, one-time member of the Society of Nematologists in the USA and the Tropical American Society of Nematologists. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Society for Plant Protection, NSPP, and fellow of the Nigerian Society for Nematologists, NISON. University administration. While in active university service, Professor Stephen Afolabi was highly relied upon for quality service in university administration as head of department, dean of postgraduate school, chairman of many important university committees, and membership of university senate. He received many commendations by the Senate for the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, FUNAB, for these roles, the most noteworthy being his foundational role as the pioneer chairman of the Farm Practical Year program of our university and the deanship of the postgraduate school. His tenure produced the postgraduate school building. That is the beautiful building we see at that corner, just to the farm. Yes, adjoining auditorium. FUNAB honored him with the award of distinction in 2019. Recognition by the University of Ibadan. Professor Afolabi was recognized by the University of Ibadan, his alma mater, as a worthy ambassador and honored as such during the 70th anniversary celebrations of the university in 2018. He served from April 1st, 2013 until September 30th, 2020 as the pioneer Vice Chancellor of St. Augustine University, a Catholic university of the Archdiocese of Lagos in Ilara, Ekpe, on leave of absence from FUNAB here. Professional travel grants. Professor Falami is widely traveled, have won travel grants to conferences and research meetings and workshops at different times in North and South America, Europe, Africa, and of course, all 36 states of Nigeria. So we can say he has visited all the states in Nigeria. Family. Professor Falami has a passion for the family as an institution, having been twice president of the Nigerian Federation of Family Development, NAFAD, and a member of the Voice of Family in Africa, an organization anchored in Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya, a platform from which he addressed a World Policy Forum on the family in 2015 in Brigham Young University, Provo, USA, on the role of family in stabilizing society. He has been happily married to Professor Caroline Afalami for 48 years, in their respective ways to the various sectors of the Nigerian economy. Professor Afalami retired statutorily from active university service at the age of 70 years in January 2021. After a very meritorious service, he is currently the chairman of the Board of Trustees. It's my privilege and honor to introduce this great man, which I have read his citations. Thank you very much, and I wish you a wonderful time.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here, and it's an honor also to be recalled from retirement to come and interact with all of you. I'm very happy to be here. I hope you are happy to be here too. So good morning once more. I've been looking around since I came to see how many faces I can recognize. And it makes me a little bit sad that there aren't too many faces I can recognize. I think part of the problem is that I was away for the last 8 years of my service to the university, serving another university, starting a new university. But I'm glad that I have opportunity to be here, standing before you this morning. Thank you for I'll be very glad if we can interact, that we'll be together. It's going to be very interactive. I'll plead that you speak to me with all honesty, that you listen to me, digest whatever it is I have said. Where it hurts you, let me know. Where you are happy with it, let me know. And where you think the system is hurting you, let me also know. Because the reason we are here is to ensure that the legacy that has been built over the years by the founders of this university can be kept aloft with the flag flying very high. You will notice that I sang the national anthem very happily and loudly. I was in primary 3 when that anthem was composed. I was in 1960, primary 3 or primary 4. So that's the national anthem that I grew up with. I'm sure you have to learn. I wish you happy learning. But one big thing, there's one note on that anthem that we shall hand over proudly to our children the national flag. That's why I'm here today, so that you can proudly also hand over UNAB to those that will come behind you. You already know my name, Afolami. There isn't time for me to ask you for your names, answers, or comments. I'm supposed to speak to you on academic freedom and its limits or limitations. We would all be here together for this interaction. That is the entire group that I'm supposed to talk with. Part of the request I'm going to make of you is that you please put your phone on silence and kindly don't use it during the course of this lecture. At the time I became a lecturer, this did not exist, so we had no problem with it. Family, you can bring them to office, you can do all that you need to do in close connection to your family. I had that privilege. You can see from what was said, I raised 6 children, and all of them, the youngest is 33 already, and all of them are very happy that they were brought up by my wife and myself because they were very close to us. They helped us in all that we did, and teaching as a profession in a university enabled us to take very good care of them, even when our salaries could not take us home. So that's one big advantage that I think you must not allow to slip by, because if you lose that, on top of not getting all the monies in the world, then it will be a double loss. Convert your opportunity of taking care of other people's children to take care, very good care of your own as well. So I imagine that many of you are married, but from the faces I'm seeing, especially these days when young men don't want to marry, I hope 3/4 of the people I'm talking with are married. Please raise your hand if you are married. Oh, beautiful. Very good. God bless your marriage. Can I have... Yeah. I would like you to sit where you can interact with the board. I was expecting that... Okay. Yeah, let's put it into... Okay. You know, there is There is a saying about freedom. In the Catholic Church, to which I belong, freedom is defined as the ability to choose that which is right. The ability to choose that which is right. That's the definition of freedom in my church. Now, I looked at the dictionary and I wanted to know if this is a good definition. And freedom always has something to hold it by. That's responsibility. Freedom with responsibility. In the case of academics, we are free to pursue our academic concerns, to do research, to publish the findings of our research, and also to communicate the outcomes of our research and the knowledge we have acquired through learning from others, to communicate that to our own students. That freedom is obviously something that is treasured in the academic field. Now, as a way of beginning, the universities as institutions started in those days under the supervision of popes. I mean P-O-P-E-S, Pope. The current Pope is, I think, the 273rd Pope. In those days, popes functioned as heads of those institutions. Academic concerns in Europe actually flowered under the leadership of the church, because monks were the people that constituted the citadel of learning. So understandably, most learning in those days were in philosophy, theology, and allied science. So the way it was, the Aristotle before us, and then the Thomas Aquinas of this world were the ones that tried to combine the philosophies of old with the theology that the church was trying to develop. And in the process, learning became more organized. And in the 12th century, 13th century, up to the 18th century, Europe began to flower as the best places for university learning. And academic freedom became an issue because people were not free to say too many things that were against the status quo. There were certain things that were already established. One of them, if you remember, the world was said to be flat, right? But research and development eventually showed that it couldn't be flat, that the world was likely to be like a globe. And when eventually it was established beyond doubt from the data being collected by the persons who were taking care of this, they ended up having a clash with the authorities. In fact, you heard of Galileo Galilei. He faced the Inquisition because at his time, it was not an established fact, it was not a widely accepted fact that the world was round, something that we take for granted now. So in your case, it's not unlikely that if you come up with some things that do not fit into the present mold, and you are sure of your data collection, an analysis, you can stand your ground, provided that your data can support you, and 100 years from your time, if processed appropriately, your data will still speak in the same way, then stand by your facts. That is the essence of academic pursuit. Now, but eventually, it was established that for the world to make progress, there has to be freedom for academics to pursue legitimately that which is their specialization after having been trained in particular ways. So it is crucial for the continuous advancement of knowledge and the pursuit of truth within the realm of higher education for academics to be free. Now, there is also the need to protect scholars from harassment in their pursuit. And that is done usually by making it possible for us to say whatever we consider right when we think it should be said and how it should be said. I have referred to the medieval origins of academic freedom and sometimes it becomes necessary to legally protect academics. Like in some countries, they have enacted laws to protect academics, not only in copyright issues, but also in the freedom to publish what they consider facts. The UNESCO is an advocate for academic freedom and relates with governments and institutions to ensure that that goes on. Now, there is a need for us to know the limits of academic freedom. We shall come to that very shortly. But freedom, you know, there is a saying that your freedom ends where my rights begin. Okay? You are free to punch the air for as long as you please, provided you are not getting close to my nose. Once you hit my nose, you have gone beyond the limits of your freedom to punch the air. In the same way, there is no freedom that is reckless. Freedom always has boundaries. You are all parents, I hope, and you know that children are free to do certain things if you set limits for them. When you raise children and you don't give them limits beyond which they cannot cross, you are ruining those children. I don't think any one of us will be a product of such parents. Otherwise, we are not likely to have acquired the academic degrees that can make us available for this assignment. So, in that respect, we cannot allow things to degenerate to the degree of license. There are rights and there are responsibilities. So navigating the complex relationship between freedom and authority in higher education becomes an issue. You know that you are free to teach to the best of your ability, but there is a curriculum to follow, and you are obliged to teach the students according to that curriculum, because they will be graded according to the curriculum. The external examiner and the moderators of universities, the NUC, expect that we take care of the curriculum that is approved for particular programs. So we are all obliged to follow those.
Instead of going to the system. To be easier.
Yeah, we are obliged to follow a particular curriculum. And those curriculum, we must ensure that we cover them from beginning to the end. Now, these days, because of strikes and all, you don't have the 15 weeks of lectures that I used to have. At my time, in this hall, it wasn't this hall, it was the other hall. The University of Agriculture never had any semester that was short of 14 weeks. Professor Idowu, did you hear me? Am I right? I don't know what it is now. But the shortest semester we ever had at my time was 14 weeks. The standard was 15 weeks of lectures. So you cover your curriculum from beginning to the end. These days, you are obliged, because of the problems of all the ASU struggle, you are obliged to shorten the program so that there won't be too many backlog for incoming students. And in that case, you have to rush through, but in rushing through, you are expected to ensure that nothing is left undone. How do you achieve that? It depends on you. But we used to give take-home assignments. I'm sure that you are not all in the same profession, but since this is a University of Agriculture, I'm sure that you are all scientists. And where you are not a scientist, if you are in GNS department, that means that you are already part of, you are a leaf that is been in the soap and has become part of the soap. Those of you who are Yoruba will understand that. So, what do we do when we do not have enough time? Do we rush through and then damage those that we are supposed to bring up? Some sacrifice becomes necessary, both on our part and on the part of the students. At the time I was teaching, part of what I used to ensure was that everybody was punctual to my class. If you expect punctuality, that puts a responsibility on you. That means that I had to be there before the lectures would begin. If it's 8 o'clock, that means I have to make all the effort to be there before 8 o'clock. Coming through the roads this morning, at the entrance at camp, I saw the pools of water, and people were standing by, you know. So it was almost like zero movement for the car, otherwise you splash water on them. At my time, that place wasn't like that. So I felt a little bit sorry for those of you whom we have left behind to take over from us, because you are working under harder conditions than we did. Now, but that's not the full story. There are some things you are having that are better than the things that we had. For instance, this is a beautiful extension of the old Senate chamber quite comfortable, and you are privileged to be having your program in it. At my time, when we started, the Senate chamber could only seat about 24 persons. It was a very small chamber in Isalegbei. So you have things that are already flourishing on campus. But getting here is not as easy as it used to be. But once you are here, you can forget your sorrow and walk ahead as if your sorrow didn't exist. Now, so I was talking of the classroom settings and curriculum design, that we are not so free to tamper with the curriculum. I used to have a teacher who didn't like particular aspects of arithmetic, and he would skip all those areas he didn't like. And of course, you know the implication of that for us who were learning under him. So some of us ended up with poor arithmetic, but algebra was better. I hope you know what I'm talking about. You did your mathematics as general maths. We studied algebra separately from trigonometry, from geometry, we had 4 subjects in mathematics. So you cannot do that as a lecturer in spite of your freedom. That would be an abuse of that freedom. And then you must follow the curriculum that you're supposed to bring up diligently. Some sacrifice becomes necessary. Bring to bear on that curriculum and on the part of the student expertise and experience in the areas in which at the time I was teaching. And when you do that, what in a beautiful manner used to ensure, it's likely that your students will like to become like you. And that's why for good teachers, you will see that many students will want you to supervise their project in the final year. So 2 things are necessary: diligence. And combining that with the little time that you have to squeeze the work designed for 15 weeks into 10 weeks or 12 weeks, you have to look for ways of getting around the problem. Maybe additional class or take home to cover the aspects, or term paper for the students to be able to train themselves in those areas that time may not permit you to cover in as much detail as you would want to. But cover the curriculum you must. Some other aspects of your responsibilities will be the mentoring that you're supposed to give to those who are coming behind. A mentor is somebody that those following him wants to be like. Okay? I want to be like this person that is standing before me. When those following you do not want to be like you, then you are a failure. So it's better to be respected than to be feared. Sometimes respect may lead to imitation, and imitation leads to discipleship, and discipleship leads to knowledge extension. Knowledge extension creates atmosphere of well and highly educated people. So our concern as academics should be, what legacy do I leave behind? Who are the people that I'm going to leave behind when it is my time to leave? Like I told you, the last 8 years that I spent as an active member of this community was spent outside of here, and it hurts me to think so. Because otherwise, you and I will not be strangers to have interacted with you. But we all make our marks in various ways. We make our marks not so much by the noise we make, but by the contributions that we make towards the development and excellence of the system. A university and any institution for that matter pursues excellence as its target. If excellence is the word, then it starts from the recruitment of the people that you want to pursue excellence. I wrote an article about university book that was published internationally online. And it was based on Professor Adedipe and the legacy he left behind. Professor Adedipe scrutinized every member of the academic staff that he brought into the university at his own time. He sat on the interview panel and ensured that he got what he wanted. So if you are here, I like to think that you passed through the crucible. So congratulations that you are serving in one of the best universities in Nigeria. If you mention FUNAB, it commands respect wherever you are. If you mention UNAB, as we used to call her, she commands respect. And it is because a product of UNAB was completely fashioned through fire. In those days, just as it happened this morning, one of the students who graduated in 2012 is now currently involved in honey production in a company, and they're exporting honey from Nigeria to the US, of all places. Because while he was a student, under the coal plant, probably with supervision of one of the lecturers sitting here, the one who introduced me, there were beehives. It was more or less like entrepreneurship, but it was a college affair. See what level he has taken it to. So UNAB had the reputation that she was tough on her students. Not because she would cane them, but because discipline was demanded of the students. And for you to demand discipline of your student, what happens to you? You yourself must be highly disciplined. And self-discipline is the best discipline. Self-discipline implies the fact that you do not wait to be told to do what you ought to do. And part of the training to become an academic demands that you are capable of standing on your own. Is the best discipline. Now, part of my making was never to give me responsibility and then be looking over my shoulder to dictate to me what I should do with that responsibility. That way, you have to keep your responsibility. But if you trust me sufficiently to entrust anything to my care, for goodness sake, leave it to me to use my initiative to achieve the end product that is your concern. And that meant that you have to suffer if suffering becomes necessary. Teaching is only one thing that we do. And we owe, as we said before, we owe our students the legitimate expectation that you cover the syllabus. Somebody else is going to talk about exams and the ethics that go with examination. But the ethics that go with our profession in terms of the things that we are expected to do in the classroom the things that we are expected to do in the classroom extend to those relationships that we have. Before I leave the classroom, one other thing that we must pay attention to, especially in the age we are in, is sexual responsibility. As academic staff, it must never be heard that you sexually harass a student or another member of staff. It's okay if you sexually harass your colleague, but for goodness sake, not a student. And by student, I mean either male or female. Incidentally, in my profession, there were two of our specialists who married their students. Okay? You hear of lecturer marrying his or her student. Now, in this case, there are two very special, well-known nematologists. The lady was the supervisor of her husband. She supervised the student, a very brilliant student, and she ended up marrying him. So that was a junior marrying a senior. It can happen. So for the ladies, don't be shy if you fall in love with your student. But it must be so clear that your love life has absolutely no negative influence or favoritism over the person that is concerned. In the case of my specialist that I'm talking about, they got married years after the student had graduated, just to ensure that there was no accusation of favoritism. But the student was a very special student. Now, in the days we are in, things have gone awry, and we must ensure that we do not get trapped into sexual issues with our students. Now, it is possible that there is admiration for your person by your female students. But for goodness sake, for those who are male, it is very important that you handle such issues very carefully, and your discipline must be such that people can swear about you. You must be so honorable that your female students can feel free to come into your room, to ask you questions, and to seek your consent or to consult you on both personal as well as official issues. Now, the truth is that if you are a good father and a good mother, students and your colleagues are likely to come to you to seek advice. And those of you who happen to be blessed with the good luck of being good advisors and being admirable in such a manner that you draw people to yourself, even by mere appearance, please ensure that that God-given gift is not abused, because it is very easy for it to be abused if care is not taken, especially male and female relationship. Some female students can get so engrossed with the admiration they have for their lecturer that they can forget who they are and express their affection in manners that will make it very obvious that this fellow really likes me. Your duty at such point is to be the father of that girl or of that boy, instead of being, well, if you are married, you cannot be the husband. You cannot be the wife if you are already wife or husband to someone else. So your duty at that point will be to protect that person and ensure that the relationship does not go beyond what officially is responsible. It's very difficult to handle, especially if admiration begets admiration, but it is not impossible. So if you fall into that point, please ensure you handle it with care. Because in academics, you get fired. Every university will fire you if a case of sexual misconduct is established against you. There are 3 ways that can happen, but I think the professor handling the aspect of examination is likely to talk about that, so I will leave it for him. Some other responsibility you have is research and publication. I'm sure that once you mention research, if I ask you to tell me your problems, you can stand up and in 30 minutes, you will not be through yet. I know it. Now, what is the best way to research and to publish? That also has to do with freedom. We're actually free to pursue whatever we wish to study. However, this is a University of Agriculture. It may so happen that the federal government wants a particular issue to be studied and provides grant for that to happen. If you are considered good enough to be co-opted into such a study, your freedom does not permit you to opt out. Because if it's within your competence and your specialization, don't forget that you also have a responsibility. Your letter of employment states that you will do this, this, and any other responsibility that the Vice Chancellor or whoever is representing him, your head of department, allocates to you. And that's where it becomes important that you make yourself available for other duties that may be allocated to you by your head of department, by the chairman of whatever committee you belong to. At my time, I was lecturer 1 when I joined the university. But at that time, we were few and we were starting. So my first responsibility was as coordinator of my department, 6 months after I joined the university. And on top of that, within 1 year, I was already chairing at least 2 other committees. And at the final year of the students, I became the chairman of the Farm Practical Year program, which is a very challenging responsibility. And because it hadn't been done before, starting it out with 68 students, with a land that was at 54 kilometers away from the campus, was a very difficult thing, but we managed. So responsibilities will come. And the thing about university assignment is that once you have done one assignment well, others will follow up, and things are going to be piled up on you. If you are trustworthy, your head of department will pull you together with him for things like examination. If you are trustworthy, things will be entrusted to you. Is it a sin to be trustworthy? Of course not. But hard work results in more hard work. And blessed be you if people consider that you are trustworthy enough to be entrusted with responsibilities. In terms of freedom also in areas of public statements and extramural speech, you will wonder what concerns anybody about your public statements. Of course, if you come over, if over the radio, somebody is talking and is introduced as a professor or senior lecturer or a lecturer from the University of Agriculture, immediately people identify where he has come from. If his grammar is poor, he communicates an idea that this place is full of people who have no respect for grammar. If his grammar is good, he gives away respect. And if he talks sense, people are likely to think this place is an excellent institution because people who come from there speak sense. So we reflect, whatever we do outside of our institution, even in our private life, affects what people think, the public opinion about our institution. So it's important also that much as we are free to express ourselves the way we like, we must also be aware that what we do impacts on the institution that has hired us. So our responsibility to behave responsibly all of the time is also crucial. Now, you will wonder whether we are supposed to be saints if all this is demanded of us. Yes, I would say so. For those of you who are Christians, it was a general statement by Jesus Christ when he said, "Be perfect as my heavenly Father is perfect." Or be perfect because my heavenly Father is perfect. I'm sure there will be a verse like that in the Quran. I'm not privileged to be able to quote it, but I am certain that there will be such a verse in the Quran. Whatever we do, we are expected to pursue diligence. If we are diligent, we may not immediately earn all the goodness that diligence provides. But as we grow older in our profession, we'll begin to see the signs that it pays to be diligent. Besides, at the time, I think 1985 upwards, when structural adjustment program was embraced by President Babangida, our lives crashed in Nigeria. The way you are laughing, it's not unlikely that you are telling me now that they are crashing you too. They will not succeed in crashing you. It shall be well. It is already well. It's just a matter of time. Now, at that time, whatever we were earning was not enough to take us home. And it was true. I think my salary and my wife's was something in the neighborhood of, wife has always been in the same place. Our total package was about 6,000 a month. And we already had our 6 children. So you can imagine what it was like. However, what UNAP did for us was to ensure that life went on. On our campus, at that time, UNAP campus was the only campus in Nigerian universities that you entered into, and you would not know that the people were poor. People came to work well-dressed, just like you are now. Very well-dressed. I'm happy that culture is surviving, because I'm absolutely proud of all your dresses. You go to campuses and you see the way lecturers dress, in those days especially. They defined poverty. It was written all over them. But UNAB never allowed that to happen to. Somehow, it wasn't as if anybody dictated it. It was the quality of the people who were employed. They were people who were proud of who they were, who carried themselves with dignity, who understood the meaning of standing before others to teach them, and knew that you were communicating things that were more than the profession you have learnt by standing in front of others to teach them. So that way, the students copied. At our time, I think the university campus has become very large in terms of population. At the time we started, no student could pass without a lecturer being able to call him or her by name. There were about 6,000 or 7,000 students. Somebody, before you move from Copeland to Kolanim, if you are doing something that is not right, somebody is likely to have called you by your very name, both your surname and your personal name. I'm sure that people can hide now under anonymity. At that time, it was not possible. But to see you the way you are, composed as you are this morning before me, I am glad that the tradition is surviving. Please clap for yourselves. It is obligatory for you to pass it on. No immodesty, no immodest dressing. Don't allow it in your class. Freedom of dressing should not offend the dressing code, because once there is a code, it has to be obeyed. And that takes me to the other aspects of the challenges of freedom that we have. Sometimes we can have political interference and censorship. For those of you who are in the arts, philosophy, in the areas of political science, that would be in GNS, you may be obliged to say things that do not go well with the current trend of thought. But, well, at the time I was making these slides, there was somebody who was helping me with this slide asked me, would you want me to replace this picture, the one you are seeing now? Because the figure there is a white lady. And I said, yes, yes, yes. Can you let us put the picture? I'm going to go off record. I don't want this to be on record. So I said, put the picture of Delegiwa where he was opening a parcel and the parcel blew him up, instead of this lady that is gagged. There are ways of gagging people. Delegiwa's death created a fear in journalism that now they say, if you see something, say something. Delegiwa saw something. He said something, and he paid for it very dearly with his life. So sometimes academic freedom can lead you into some wahala. It can lead you into some problem. If you consider that you are so free and your write-up offends the status quo, you have to consider it very thoroughly. Whenever you are going to war, you have to decide whether you are prepared for that war. So before you go against the current, ensure that you have prepared yourself and prepared your family as well, that this may likely be the outcome of what I'm going into. So if they agree with you and say yes, we are ready to suffer the consequences together, you have no problem. So in the case of a Luther Continua too, you must ensure that the home front already knows what is coming before you engage in another 9 months of strike. So, but fortunately, we went through all of this. We did 9 months of strike before you could, before Babangida, I think Abacha or Babangida, anyway, before the big jump. And the only person who didn't allow strike before he did the big jump was what they call Bemuaramu, which was Obasanjo's big lift. But even Baba himself, after he lifted us, also brought a tax system that was planned to erode it, you know. But all along, you know, things, we are surviving, things are improving, but the last episode did a lot of damage. And I know you are recovering very slowly because the times are really hard. And because the times are really hard, you are now likely to ask yourself, should I come to work every day of the week? Can I afford the petrol? Can I afford the taxi fare? Before you decide on how to spread your time or when you appear on campus, please remember that your students need you, your colleagues need you, your head of department needs you. People need to be able to predict when they can find you on seat. Your students need to know when they can find you in the office, outside of the classroom. And you have practicals to handle. So all of this must be put into consideration in planning your day in such a manner that you do not deny your students or your colleagues or your head of department or members of the committee to which you belong, you do not deny them your presence when your presence is needed. So you must schedule your work in such a manner that you can attend meetings. You are not absent in meetings of the committees to which you have been seconded. If you are representing your college in another board, college board, it is good to always be present and be punctually so. It is good for people to know you, never to be absent in meetings of your committees, meetings of department or faculty board meetings. It is good to establish a reputation for diligence because you never know where the payment or the reward will come from. While you are working now and thinking, who sees me? Somebody sees you. If nobody does, the one who created you sees you and is taking note. Just take my word for it. Nothing good goes unnoticed. If human beings don't notice, God notices. And the God who notices ensures that you do not work in vain. You will never work in vain when you are diligent. You shall not work in vain. And not to work in vain means to be diligent and not eye service. It isn't eye service. It is just a decision that I must be seen. I must, even without being seen, I must do things right because it is honorable to do them right. When life is tough, the tough get going. Now is the time to know who is diligent and who is not. The Gbemu will come by God's grace. By the way, is it true that you got 35% rise? Is it true? 35. Oh, 25. Okay. Okay. Yeah. In Yoruba, they say, "Dear, dear, ni mu ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ ń wọgbà." Abi? So, you know the way the nose of a pig is. It's constructed in such a way that once the nose enters, the rest of the body will be able to enter. It shall be well. Now, this profession we are in is a very challenging one. We get little paid, and yet we do so much work. So the good part of it that you must not allow to pass you by is the ability you have to bring up a cohesive family while pursuing this profession. So don't let that slip by. You must pay attention to the family you are raising, because in the final analysis, that is the most important thing in your life. Let me tell you before I round up the story of a colleague of mine. While he was pursuing his PhD, he was being supervised by somebody, by a professor who was already professor at the age of 33. And he was already famous as a professor. And at the age of 45, when he was supervising this friend of mine, he called him and said, "Do your job, do your work hard, but take care of your family." He said, "The whole world knows me already, but I am hated at home. Do not be like me." And it was a fact, because he had been divorced and his children had been taken away from him because he was considered a terrible father who was never there for the children. That shall not be it shall not be your call. So take care that you do not neglect that aspect of your life. Finally, I think I already mentioned some examples where freedom to pursue knowledge ended up causing problem for the person pursuing knowledge. I mentioned Galileo. There are other cases. Now, protecting intellectual freedom and is something that we ought to do. But the best protection you can give academic freedom is to ensure that nobody can ever accuse you of negligence. Nobody can ever accuse you of failure to do your work. Nobody can ever accuse you of not knowing what your job entails. One difficult aspect for university academics is to balance that freedom with the responsibility that the administrators expect. And we must ensure that we respect our head of department. I told you I was lecturer 1 when I was HOD. And in the process, the senior lecturer was employed. Of course, he took over from me for some time until I also grew up and became the head of department once again. But one thing you must know is that once the university designates somebody as head of department, even if he's lecturer 2, it's not likely to be lecturer 2. It could be lecturer 1 as coordinator or senior lecturer. Please remember that a professor is obliged to respect and obey the commands of that head of department. If that head of department chooses to be stupid, he may wrongly command his seniors. Okay? But he will pay dearly for it elsewhere. A clever professor will ensure that he cannot be found wanted with regard to obedience to his lecturer 1 HOD in things that are proper for the allocation of lectures and things. Whatever has been agreed upon must be carried out by everybody in the department. A wise head of department will call a meeting and he will allow people to work efficiently in the areas in which they are specialists. But for administrative purposes, if a head of department chooses to make a professor the coordinator of a course, because it is a large course, he is free to. And if that professor disobeys him, he can discipline him, because he's HOD of that department. So we are obliged to respect. But a good head in a university system will not be a stupid person. He will not be acting in a manner that will not command cooperation. Because in the university, we cooperate. We do not command. We cooperate. But if you happen to have a head that does not understand that and commands, please obey him and cooperate with him in a manner that will expose his stupidity. But as to disobedience, please remember that you are not free to be disobedient. If you are accused of disobedience, it already amounts to misconduct. And misconduct can be disciplined. So let us not fall into the mistake of being stupid. But I think I need you to interact with me on the things that I have said. So our key takeaways are this few. Academic freedom, crucial for fostering the progression of knowledge within universities. Understanding our boundaries to recognize the limits of academic freedom, and that's essential to uphold scholarly integrity and institutional credibility. Then protection and promotion of a continuous safeguarding and advocacy for academic freedom. They are fundamentals to universities as core missions. And we all owe the university system the responsibility of ensuring that we pass excellence that we inherit to those who are coming behind us. I wish you luck in that assignment. Thank you very much.
Please let's hit those hands properly. So thank you very much for the, in fact, this is the place to be, and the right time to be is here. Yes, I don't know. I just to refresh our minds. Yes, very key points. You must be disciplined and able to command discipline. Once you do an assignment properly, others will follow. In any system you find yourself. Being trustworthy means things will be entrusted unto you. Responsible behavior is crucial for all of us, as this impacts our university. Time management is key. Wherever you are placed for possibilities, go there on time. Let you be known for that. Time management is key. And of course, nothing good goes unnoticed. Man might not be watching, but God is watching. And of course, last but not the least, do your job, work hard, but take care of your family. Please, let's give a round of applause to the guest lecturer. So, academic freedom and limitations. Yes, We want this to be as interactive as possible. Feel free. Questions, comments, clarifications. I don't know how we want to have it. Do we take it as it comes, or if you don't write, you can write fine and good. I'll collate and we'll pass it across and we'll handle them. Yes. So please, questions, comments, observations, clarifications, or there are things that you have been having in your mind that I want to ask, but I don't know whether it's right or not. This is the time to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Oshadari Shegun Anthony from Banking and Finance Department. Thank you very much, sir, for what you have said this morning. It's a very instructive time with you, sir. But we have a challenge in this generation. When you started the interactive session, you were talking about having about 15 weeks to undertake the lecture period. That 15 weeks is not there now. 1. 2. You also made mention of about 68 students being the first FBY candidates you had. We have hundreds of students now. That's fewer number that can easily tease that is coming with this age student. For example, 2 weeks ago, I was teaching in a class, very large class, shouting on top of my voice, and I decided to move around, and I saw 2 students watching film in the class. These are challenges we are facing now. How do we cope so that we can still be better lecturers and then we can have things in such a way that you had it, even though things are taking another dimension in our own time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me deal with that very briefly. Yes, I started with 68 students, but the final year before I went on sabbatical, the number had grown to 450. So that was the largest class that I handled. But my wife had always worked with large students because she taught economics. And I was telling you of being allocated. She was already a professor when she was allocated Economics 102, which was a compulsory subject for all 100 level students, AEM 102, as coordinator. And she humbly, and I think humbly is the word, she humbly accepted. She had 4 other lecturers to coordinate, and she took care of that course. And, so 1,000 plus, as many students as you can find in 100 level. So that's a challenge I am familiar with, even though I didn't handle more than 450 students. But I have a wife who managed them up to 2021. She was in charge. So how do we manage? She used to do many things, but part of what she did was to come early as possible into the class, organize, and then I know how many times she contacted the Vice Chancellor. The microphone is not working. The loudspeaking system is not efficient. And she would say, the only way I can manage these students is for these things to function. In some cases, she had students who came dressed in a manner that a baby was behind the hood. And it was during the lecture the baby was crying. That's something that it would take a mother to manage. When she got home and told me, I told her I didn't know what I would have done if it was me. So there are fresh challenges, but you will notice that even dealing with you as adults, I politely requested that you should please silence your phones. If I can do that to you as lecturers, you must do it to your students. I cannot be teaching and have a student using his phone except that course demands that we do internet surfing. Because there's no way you can't do two things at the same time. The purpose of me standing here is to teach. And if I'm teaching, you are supposed to listen. You are free not to attend that lecture, but you are not free to come into my classroom to do what you please. You are not free to. Your freedom ends where you choose to come or not. But once you come, you must subject yourself to the norms of lecture attendance. And it is to ensure that that discipline of me standing here, yes, there are 1,000 plus. But and if I'm teaching to make a few examples, I think what she used to do also was to take the phones and give them to the HOD for keeps. There were students who would immediately replace the phone. Some of them collected as many as 3 phones before the session ended, because she returned the phones at the end of the session. But wherever she could, she would. If you are using your phone during lecture, that means you have offended the ethics of standing before me or sitting before me for lecture. So make yourself clear in the first or second lectures, and don't accept what is not proper, because you are also training them for the future. Otherwise, things will be degenerating. I hope I've answered your question.
Good afternoon, Prof. I'm Shotunde Olalekan. I had this experience, and I think I will require the knowledge of elder scholars like you to shed light on it. Shotunde, Department of Entrepreneurial Studies, seconded to Entrepreneurial Studies from AMREC. I do not know how better to handle this situation, but I will share the experience briefly. I had, should I call it, the privilege of being picked up after the 6th week of an academic session by my HOD. Shotunde, you are competent. I've had the privilege of looking at your transcripts before. You are competent in business and commercial law. Come and teach this course for me. Our student needs it. Nobody is teaching it. So the first class, which was the 7th one, was introductory, because I was picked up on that day and there wasn't adequate preparation. Still, we had the class briefly. So after that particular class, we had 4 more. The students were assessed, they were given assignments, they had the exam, and the result was submitted. Later, I started hearing rumors, because that is peculiar to our end there. He only came to class 4 times. Some people said he only came to class 5 times, and there was no query about that. But up till this moment, the matter has not died down. A man who played lower class, can you imagine? Even those who did not understand that the course was never allocated to me. I honored my then HOD, who picked me. Shotunde, you can teach it, you are competent. Should I reject such offers again, or I should honor such offers again? Thank you, sir.
So, Profs, how do we go about it? Do we harvest and respond, or as it comes?
Okay. Kindly get me my jotter.
Okay, let's do it this. Maybe if you have questions, or raise up your hands, so we know the numbers. If there are not too many, we can just address them. But if there are many, we just have to have. Okay, please just let's see the hands properly. Questions, comments. So we have from now 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I seeing a 5 or 4.5? Undecided? Okay, let's say 5. So maximum 5 now, please, that way. So maybe, maybe Prof, we can address them. Okay, please.
Thank you so much, Prof. My name is Dr. Eteng. Department of
Which
Biochemistry.
department? Yes. Entrepreneurship.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Dr. Eteng, Department of Biochemistry, CoBios. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Sir, they said a leader is somebody who leads, who shows the way and goes the way. So leadership is by action. So I want to ask a question. How do you reverse a kind of leadership that is shown in the department where primordial loyalty exists in that particular department, where the particular head of the department does not take charge? Thank you, sir. Take charge of the position of that leadership.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Yusuf Kende from Statistics Department. When we talk of university education, we always know that it's universal. But I just observed that what is universal there? It takes two to compare. Let me say my department, where I graduated, University of Ibadan, Statistics Department, and my department of statistics here. In that department, they have nothing less than 25 lecturers. But here, since when I joined them, 10 or less. And there they are graduating BSc statistics, also sending BSc statistics there. I also wonder that particular course that I'm very good, like STS 281. In that department, they will use 4 hours in a week for 13 weeks, nothing less than 13 weeks. But here, just 2 hours for less than 9 weeks. How can we say what is universal, what our university administrators are doing to correct all this within and within the system? Because it baffles. I have found it very difficult to finish that course since when I've been taking it. If I finish it, maybe after finishing, I will go to and report to the hospital for treatment. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Let me start from the last one. It seems to me that you are complaining about the curriculum, the content of the course, and the time allocated for it. Yes. Well, I think with universality, are you comparing somewhere else with what is happening here? Okay. Well, every course has its content. And like I said, you are obliged to complete the content of the course. And if you are obliged, the depth to which you go will depend on the time that is available for you to teach it. And that means that if the course, there were courses we started with that were three units when we started this university. And some of those 3-unit courses eventually got split into 3 other courses of 2 units each. So a curriculum gets improved with experience, but whatever is done with the knowledge of the NUC who is coordinating, in the sense that we present a program with content and they approve based on what we have, on the people that are available to teach it and the extent to which it should be taught. So if time becomes a factor in completing a course, it's likely that that course is bigger than the units and the time that is allocated for it. So a review may become necessary. But for the time being, in order not to get disciplined for not doing your job, it is important that you struggle to cover what you have to cover. Depth, the depth to which you teach, okay, may become an issue. But I think if you have a superior in that program, if it's statistics, there must be some professor who is older than you and senior to you, with whom you can discuss very frankly. And the department can review that course to make sure that it reduces the content so that it can be concluded within a reasonable time. Because if there are 3 units, that means you have 1 hour of tutorial, 2 hours of lectures. And 2 hours of lectures, there's a limit to, I talked for about 75 minutes. And see the little that I covered. I don't know how little it was that I covered. So time is of essence. Your obligation is to ensure that you cover the number of hours you are supposed to cover and the extent to which you should teach that course. But if it becomes a perennial problem, please bring it up for departmental review. Is that possible? And the question you asked me was like the question about Caesar and paying tribute to Caesar or not. Should we pay tax to Caesar or should we not? And so the head of the coin they used to pay tax contains the head of Caesar. So we give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and we give to God what belongs to God. Respect and obedience is what you owe your superior. So you give them what you owe them. But your dignity, you also owe yourself. So you respect, do the balance, and obedience is what you owe your superior. So you give them what you owe them. But your dignity, you also owe yourself. So you respect, do the balance, and obedience is what you owe your superior.
There was one before
so
that.
You give them what you owe them. But your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
You also owe yourself.
All right. Okay.
Yourself. So you respect, do the balance, and obedience is what you owe
thank you,
your
sir.
superior.
I am Wale Orojo
So you give them what you
from
owe
statistics.
them. But your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
you also owe yourself.
I once asked this question at our college board, but I still not to be
So
satisfied.
your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
you also owe yourself.
I once asked this question at our college board, but I still not to be
So
satisfied.
your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
you also owe yourself.
I once asked this question at our college board, but I still not to be
So
satisfied.
your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
you also owe yourself.
I once asked this question at our college board, but I still not to be
So
satisfied.
your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
you also owe yourself.
I once asked this question
Yourself.
at our college board, but I still not to be
So
satisfied.
your dignity,
Dr. Etengo, okay?
you also owe yourself.
I once asked this question
Each one of those 450 students by interaction And by the time I was through with them, I had classified them and had identified those of them I was going to use as head of team, of those 450 students, head of group. And by the time I was through with them of this program, I had classified them my head of, and had identified those of them I was going to use at the time he did the practical year, head of, because at the time I registered him, and by the time I was through with them of this leadership, I had classified them my head of, and had identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Head of, because at the time I registered him, my lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Head of, because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality of leadership, I had classified them my head of, and identified those of them I was going to use. Attendance is one way of disciplining students. Because at the time I registered him, I passed lecture on quality. I do not know how else to operate other than under disciplinary issues. I mean, when it comes to student-teacher relationship, I do my bit. You, as student, must do your bit. If I present myself, then you are there to also do what you are expected to do. Attendance in lectures was the way we detected those who were, I was going to say those who were terrorists, but the name was those who were truants and those who were cultists. Because number one characteristic of a cultist in those days, I don't know of now, was absenteeism. And by the time a student has not attended my lecture for 3 weeks, the next time he comes, I expose him in the entire class. I welcome him in those days. This is your first lecture in 3 weeks. Was absenteeism. Because I studied, and by the time a student has not attended my lecture, attendance register for 3 weeks, the next time he comes, I expose him in the entire class. I welcome him in those days. This is your first lecture in 3 weeks. Absenteeism. Because I studied, and by the time a student has not attended my lecture, attendance register, they are like 3 weeks themselves. So the next time he comes, I expose him in the entire class. I welcome him. Provided this is your first lecture in absenteeism. Because I studied, and by the time a student has not attended my authorities register, well, like 3 weeks ahead, the visit from next time they come, I expose everything. Provided this is your first lecture in absenteeism. Because I studied, now the student has not attended my authorities register. Well, like 3 weeks ahead, the visit from next time they come, I have more people. Provided this is your first lecture in absenteeism. Because I studied, now the student has not attended my authorities register. Well, like you will have all kinds of names, but eventually, things work themselves out in such a manner that 3 weeks ahead visit from next time they come, let's have more people provided now the student has not attended the authorities to do what is You will have all kinds of names. But
All right,
eventually,
yes, I think to a
eventually,
large extent, yes. Thank you very much.
things
So
work
please,
themselves
the ASU chairman wants to add some things to that, please.
out in such a manner. Every week, next time we are free, let's have provided eventually,
I think to a
eventually,
large extent, yes. Thank you very much. So
work
please,
themselves
the ASU chairman wants to add some things to that, please.
out in such a manner. Every week, next time we are free, let's have provided eventually,
To a
eventually,
large extent, yes. Thank you very much. So
work
please,
themselves
the ASU chairman wants to add some things to that, please.
out in such a manner. Every week, next time we are free, let's have provided eventually,
To a
And I knew
large
that this
extent,
time when that
yes.
question it was.
Thank you very much. So
work
please,
themselves
the ASU chairman wants to add some things to that,
Talking about
please.
the
out in
question.
such a manner. Every week, next time we are free, let's have provided eventually,
It was on agenda. And I knew
Large
that this
extent,
time when that
yes.
question was.
Thank you very much. So please, the ASU chairman wants to add some things to that,
about
please.
the
out in
question.
such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have provided eventually,
and I knew
Large
that this
extent,
time when that
yes.
question was.
Thank you very much. So please, the ASU chairman wants to add some things to
Even in
that,
the face
please.
of those lack questions,
such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have provided eventually,
and I knew
Large
that this
extent,
time when that
yes.
question was.
Thank you very much. So please, the ASU chairman wants to add some things to
Even in
that,
the
please.
face of those lack questions,
such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner.
Professor ABJ
Every week, next time we are free, let's have such a manner. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Having said this, next time where you have enough. Clap for your chairman. You see, the point is that diligence. Once you are diligent, there's something about it that you can't work in vain. When you have struggled all through the semester to do your job so faithfully, you've taken attendance. There's something about you have reviewed everything, and maybe on top of it all, you have even added. When you have struggled all through the semester, and somebody is asking you to add another 5 across your job, you are likely to just taken say, attendance. There's something even about you have reviewed everything, sir, and maybe on top of it all, you have even added. And when you have struggled all through the semester, and somebody is asking you to add another 5 across your job, you are likely to just taking attendance. There's something about you have reviewed everything, sir, and maybe on top of it all, you have even added. And when you have struggled all through the semester, and somebody is asking you to add another 5 because your job, you are likely all you taking attendance. There's something about you have reviewed everything, sir, and maybe on top of it all, you have even added. And when you have struggled all through the semester, and somebody is asking you to add another 5 because your job, you are likely all you taking attendance. There's something about you have reviewed everything, sir, and maybe on top of it all, you have even added. And when you have struggled all through the semester, and somebody is asking you to add another 5 because your job, you are likely all you taking attendance. There's something about you have reviewed everything, sir, and maybe on top of it all, you have even diligence, and those who are firm enough to stand their ground on issues they strongly believe in. Without that, any system will collapse. So it is sometimes the the VC can be under pressure. It's your responsibility to help him to defray that pressure by refusing to budge when you are right and when you have duly done your own duty appropriately. Because I know that Professor Balogun used to tell those who were bothering him that, look, my chairman of admission will not agree, and that was my wife. That was the VC talking, that the chairman of my admissions committee will not accept. So put your VC in a position where he can say, sorry, the lecturer in charge will not accept. You have to be able to put the VC in that position. And that's because he's sure that even if that script is sent to England to be graded, it will come back with about the same mark, plus or minus 2. And that is allowed. So if you have a marking scheme, you've taken your attendance. Those are the job. That's why you must be punctual. If you are there before the class begins, you know, I am sorry that you have to handle such large classes. You know, it's a very difficult task. But like I told you, I have a spouse that did it and did it successfully. She will come back sometimes and say, Atirogo, and I will say, well, Ogo Alafia. You know, so things are difficult, and I feel it. But, like I told you, you must tell yourself that I'm in this, I'm in this, and I'm in it successfully. I must ensure that during my time, the system doesn't collapse and it doesn't crash. But beyond that, I also have a name that I must defend. Orúkọ tí bàbá mi ò sọ mí, mi ò ní jẹ́. That is, I must defend the name that my parents have given to me. So be upright in your ways. Be upright with your students. Be diligent in knowing, you know, doing what is right is one thing. Knowing what is right is another. So you must know what is right and struggle to do that which is right. And then insist on what is right and help the system to stand on its good footing. So please, let courage be our watchword. Let diligence be our watchword. We owe it to the system, and we can help those who are in charge. Because when they come under pressure, they need you. Let me tell you a story before I sit down. Right in that hall there, the old chamber. No, I think it was a Salek Bain. A visiting examiner, that's an external examiner, and a dean changed the mark of a student from, I think, 36. Let me not quote. I don't remember exactly the detail of the mark. But he changed the mark to make the student pass. And they brought it to Senate. And the lecturer, when that was presented to Senate, the lecturer protested to his HOD that that student did not pass the course. And the VC asked questions right there in Senate. Is it true that this mark was changed? And the dean said yes, that by the authority of as dean and with the authority of the external examiner, we decided to change, to pass the student. And the VC's question was, who gave you that authority? Did you relate with the teacher who taught the course? The answer was no, because the fellow had protested that, look, I graded this script. This student didn't have this mark. I didn't fail him, he failed. So why would he passed behind my back. And the Senate upheld the lecturer's protest. The student's mark was returned as failure, and the dean was deposed immediately. That was the way university started. So because you are dean, you cannot lord it over the lecturer that has taught the course. If there is going to be a change, the lecturer must be involved. That's part of your responsibility. But for you to do that, it must be that your marking scheme and the way you have graded justifies all that you are standing upon. So please go ahead with diligence. The rest will follow.
Thank you so much, Professor. My name is Dr. Lado Imbo from the Department of Chemistry. And I want to appreciate your lecture today, and we really benefited a lot. I would like to remind you, sir, you were the dean of PG school when I was doing a master's. I was the best student then overall. I was given a master's. And you rejected my MSc thesis 6 times. I should go and do it again. I should go and do it again. You need to put this, you need to put this. Eventually, I was able to escape through. But I couldn't forget you. Because it comes out, it was like this. It comes out thinner like this. And I keep in my archive in the library that this was the work of Professor Falami. So when I saw it today, I was happy that you are here again. On a very good note. Sir, when you were then as the PG Dean, I used to envy the way you walk. Because then, most of my thesis, I used to bring it, you used to ask me to come in the evening. And you put me through all what I need to correct one by one. You sit me beside your car. Say, young man, young scholar, go and do this, go and fix this. You'll be a scholar too. I don't know I'm going to be a lecturer. You need to do this, and I'm here today again. So then, now in research, we need to do teaching. We need to do research and extension. How did you manage it then? That is one of my questions. Because that was what will benefit me now. I want to know just a tips. And our home front is very important. Sincerely, people say we are tough in Funab. Everybody that I groom to, I say I'm a Funabite. And the standard is there. It's not only knowledge, it's knowledge for moral development. You should have the two. But so that is part of me. But now, our lectures of 100 level, I'm a coordinator of 100 level course. We need to send lectures to the WhatsApp platform for them. Because you have 6 lecturers attending the course. I did it this morning. I have to go for a call before coming because I need to round up. The student will be using the phone. And you don't want them to use the phone, but they will tell you that the lecture note is on this phone. Sincerely, some of them are very sincere. They will be looking at the phone when you are teaching them because the PowerPoint is not working. Even the microphone battery will go off 6, 7 times before you finish the lecture. So you have to be working around to ensure that. Now, just opposing that, what we have now, what you have just told us now, we need to strike a balance in between that. You see that the university comes up, I don't know what else we're going to give the university, that they should put this facility in place. I'm a person that when I give a lecture, I use a pointer, I use a control. So I walk around. I don't have that challenge. But now, it's a challenge. I cannot kill myself. My voice is still husky from this morning's lecture. So, sir, we need that experience. But foremost, how you manage the research. To be you're a point of reference from Dr. Ideni. I know you even before seeing you. So give us the tips. Then our own fronts. You want to be a diligent researcher, you need to work overnight. Sincerely, my supervisor has no kids. I studied in the UK. He has no kids. He said, I don't have time for children. I don't have time. He was an emeritus. He said, I cannot raise family. I will destroy them. He didn't raise, he has no children. So, from what you are saying, I can see what he's trying to talk about. They will call me a bad father. He said, I don't want somebody to name me a bad name. So, we need to raise a father. I want to have 3 wives, 25 children, 20 children. Yet, I want to be a good researcher here. And so, give us a tip from your own experience. Thank you, sir.
Was that the last number? Yeah? Okay. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting. I'm sorry if I hurt you when I was dean of postgraduate students. Actually, in those days, I used to go to bed at 4 a.m., sometimes 3 a.m. There was a particular day that I insisted I must complete all the files that I took home. And, you know, nature took over. the last file I attended to, I was writing nonsense. So when my clerical officer he was a very diligent person. Before he took away files, he would read my comments to know where the file should go to. So he brought it and said, "Sir, I don't understand what you have written," because I was asleep and writing. So I read it and said, and thanked him for not filing it away, because I was trying to cheat nature. I had worked all day till around 5:30 a.m. And that last file was even me didn't understand what I wrote. You know. So that's to show that it was a lot of hard work. But the joy of it was that there was a result. All the 28 students who were lecturers, 28 were lecturers with masters. By the time I was through, 27 of them had their PhDs. So it was joyful. Sometimes I ask myself, how did we manage to produce the papers that made us professors, in spite of all that was given to us as responsibilities? That's the children. My children typed my papers and my wife's papers. We spent all our money then to purchase a computer and all the input and output devices, all our savings. And the children were small. They didn't know what they were doing, but they had a keyboard tutor, and they were perfect typists. So whatever we gave them, they processed, the word process, and you can imagine. So the children were part of our work. They came here with me on Saturdays and Sundays to inspect my students' farms. And I remember the youngest one was telling me one day that, was reminding me, "Daddy, what mark will this one that didn't weed his farm will score?" Yeah. So instead of leaving home and letting them wait for hours before coming back home, I brought all of them with me, including my wife. We all came as a family to see the students' farm. So they were part of the work. Then, if we were not able to eat lunch with them, we made sure that they got home and had lunch. It's just letting them know you care, But as for the papers, well, my own type of research was more of what is beneficial to the farmer, because I grew up in a farming community. So down-to-earth research, and my students were very good students. So my students understood, once we agreed on what to do, supervision was thorough, data collection was thorough, so analysis would be good, and the results we were certain about. So we published the results of our experiments in very good journals, because I had good students and I also supervised them very closely. With your students, even BSc research submitted by your student can be publishable if you have paid attention and you are sure that the data he has collected are real, thorough data. So pay attention to the students that you supervise. Let them know the meaning of scientific investigation. School them thoroughly before they begin their assignments. That way, reading through their work, supervising becomes beneficial, because their work becomes publishable. And you are publishing as joint authors with your students. At undergraduate level, they are not able to comprehensively put together data that is publishable. But you know what good data is. You can write up and the student is a co-author. But at master's level, if your student is not able to write up his master's thesis in paper form, then you haven't properly done your job. He should be able to publish with you as second author. And a paper in which you are second author, for somebody you have supervised, nobody can accuse you of negligence because it is your work as much as it is the work of the student. After all, for many of the theses I supervised, I gave my students option, choose a topic. And they said, sir, we prefer to work on what you are already doing. So enter into my vineyard. So once you enter into my vineyard, the product of the vineyard belongs to you and me, and we publish together. So you have Atungu and Afolami, Afolami and Atungu, Atungu and Adeyemi, Adeyemi and Afolami. You have them all along like that. And it's rewarding. Yeah, people will reward you. But before I started supervising, we just made sure. I passed through a research institute before I came here. So I already had some data that were publishable, which were the first few papers. It may not be the same for you, but make sure you supervise your students well and ensure that what they are doing is beneficial in terms of your publication. That's another way to go about it. And for those of you, when you mature enough to supervise research at postgraduate level, it becomes even more so. I hope I answered your question.
Please, let's see those hands again very well, please. Yes. So thank you very much. Yes, I guess at this point we're going to, normally the next lecturer or speaker will come here. He will move there to the other venue, but they are about rounding up, so we'll just tarry for a while. If you want to go out to ease yourself, why not? Or stretch your feet, your leg, anything, why not? So please. So further instruction will be communicated as the second lecture goes in. Yes, it will be later, but for you, they will have some, but they will remain here. You just so maybe you can maybe
That is yes, that is
So, distinguished colleagues, please let's get seated. Though we are not starting right away, we just want to have a light refreshment, please. And the idea is that the lecturers are going to swap venues, so you're going to remain here. So those that have gone, if you have their number, you can just tell them that no, we should be here for today. Okay? So just get seated, please. They will come around and you just get refreshed. Yes, and just for clarifications, we're having Group A, B, C, and D. So for today, we have Group A and Group B. Tomorrow, we have Group C and Group D. The implication is that this is Group B, am I correct? And tomorrow, we have C and D, which means there's no Group B for tomorrow. So it's just one off today. So if you heard yours now, you've had it. So that's clarification. Thank you. And tomorrow we have C and D, which means there's no Group B for tomorrow. So it's just one off today. So if you heard yours now, you've had it. So that's clarification. Thank you. So, distinguished participants, please, can I your attention, please? Shortly, we'll start the second presentation. So, I want us to please settle down. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I want to introduce our next lecturer for this afternoon session. It's a privilege to present the lecturer for us for this afternoon, Professor Christian Obiora Ndubuisi Ikiobi. Yes, so I give a short citation about the presenter for those meeting him for the first time under this platform. Vis-a-vis, you know more about who is standing here before us. So, Prof, sir. So, Professor Ikiobi joined the service of university 1990 as a lecturer 2 and became a full professor 2003. He had his first degree, B. Agric Animal Science at IFE, MSc and PhD at University of Ibadan, 1984 and 1990 respectively. Amongst his administrative positions held here in FUNAB, he was the coordinator of the Department of Animal Breeding and Genetics, acting head of Department of Animal Breeding and Genetics, HOD, Animal Breeding and Genetics, Dean Student Affairs, Dean College of Animal Science and Livestock Production, 2 terms, and Director IFSERA, and of course, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic FUNAB between the January 2022 and January 2024. Among the student supervision, he has supervised more than 180 undergraduate students, about 40 M.Agric students, and over 27 PhD theses successfully supervised. He has served as chairman of over 45 FUNAB committees. He has also served as member of over 120 committees in FUNAB. 120 committees in FUNAB. He is the university orator from 2004 till date. Prizes and award received. He has received the Canadian International Development Agency Young Scientist Award, Guelph, Canada, 1994. ICGEB Grants, 1996. International Development Research Council of Canada, 1997. Commonwealth Fellowships by the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission at Roslin Institute, Edinburgh, 2000 to 2001. ILRI Fellowship, 2001-2002, and several TED Fund IBL grants. To date, he has examined 14 PhD and 27 MSc candidates in several universities across the continents. He has assessed 9 readership and 10 full professors in several universities across so many universities. Member Governing Council of FUNAB 2014 to 2018, 2022 to 2024. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, fellow College of Animal Scientists of Nigeria, fellow Nigeria Society for Animal Production, fellow Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Fellow Genetic Society of Nigeria. He has published over 190 publications, made up of 130 journal publications and 60 conference proceedings. Amongst his attainments on program accreditation, audit, and resource verifications are Chairman, NUC Program Accreditation Panel to 11 universities. Member, NUC Program Accreditation Panel to 5 universities. Chairman, NIAS Resource Verification Team to 2 universities. Member, NBTE Resource Verification Team to 2 federal polytechnics. Distinguished colleagues, I have the privilege to introduce to us Professor Christian Obera Ikeobi. And today he will deliver on culture of teaching, examination, and results processing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Idehin. And thank you very much, our distinguished friends and colleagues in the university. It's a pleasure for me to address you today as one of the facilitators at this important workshop. And I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Obi Kehinde, for the privilege of addressing you as one of the resource persons. The Vice Chancellor personally called me about 1.5 weeks ago to let me know that I will be handling one of the topics. And I want to thank him for this privilege. I also would like to thank the organizers, headed by Professor Egbeyele, for proposing me as one of the resource persons. I've been asked to handle the topic, the culture of teaching, examinations, and results preparation. And I want to let you know that the university in which we are is a university that is noted for excellence. FUNAB was established in 1988 as University of Agriculture. It was an offshoot of FOTAB, Federal University of Technology, Abeokuta, and then College of Science and Technology, Abeokuta. But as a University of Agriculture, it came on stream in 1988 with a tripodal mandate of teaching, research, and extension, in bracket, community engagements and development. And all of us as academic staff, we are supposed to key into these 3 aspects: teaching, research, and extension. I want to also let us know that FUNAB has won several awards, both nationally and internationally, through the years. The Best University of Agriculture in Nigeria, Best Vice Chancellor in Nigeria, Best University in Nigeria in Research, the Best University of Agriculture in Africa, the 7th Best University of Agriculture globally, the 29th Best University in Africa, and like the Vice Chancellor said earlier today, the 3rd Best University in Nigeria in the area of impact, social impact, especially with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals. And one thing I want to note here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the founding fathers of our great university bequeathed to us a culture of excellence, diligence, integrity, and enterprise, which all of us are expected to key into. A culture of excellence. So in whatever we do as staff, we are to key into this culture of excellence. If we are teaching, we are to key into the culture of excellence in teaching, culture of excellence in research, and culture of excellence in community engagement. It will be good to familiarize ourselves with the vision and mission of FUNAB. And this can be picked up from any of the banners that we have in our colleges. Now I'm just coming, in fact, it is also there. That frame that is just there on that air conditioner has the vision and the mission of FUNAB. The vision is to be a center of excellence in knowledge generation towards global development and the sustainability of an environmentally friendly society. And then the mission has to do with to build great leaders found worthy in learning and in character, to generate and advance knowledge through teaching, research, and provision of excellent learning conditions, and then to contribute to sustainable development through community engagement. So you must know, if you are lecturing in FUNAB, you must know the vision. You must know the mission. You must familiarize yourself with the vision and the mission. You must key into the vision and into the mission in all that you do. Now, in addition, FUNAB has some core values. Core values, and the first one is excellence. The second one is integrity. The third one is global relevance. The fourth one is innovation. And the fifth one is service to humanity. It's very important again that we key into these core values: excellence, integrity, global relevance, innovation, and service to humanity. Because we're supposed to bring in these core values into what we do as lecturers in teaching, in research, and in community engagement. Now, let me emphasize the fact that the university, generally speaking, is at the apex of all educational institutions in the world. The university is at the apex. At the basal level, you have the primary and the pre-primary institutions. And some students fall out after the primary school, maybe to enter into some vocations. Then you have some move up to the secondary, and then after the secondary, or even during the secondary, some children fall out of that secondary level, and then some move up to the other tertiary institutions like colleges of education, schools of nursing, polytechnics, and the like. And then at the very apex is the university. Some maybe fewer than those that started at the primary school get to the university. We must be careful as lecturers that we are able to handle these people within the culture of excellence, so that those that ordinarily ought to graduate successfully will graduate successfully, and those that happen not to be able to graduate will not have anybody to blame, that it was because of this or that that I did not finish from the university. It's important that we embrace this culture of excellence. And it's also important for me to emphasize here that the university is not just another place of work. The university is not just another place of work. It is the topmost educational institution in the world. It is special and it is unique. Some of us, by the time we entered the university, I got to the university to take up the admission to be a student, an undergraduate student. I saw the university as if it is another world, as if it was a different world from where I was coming from. And the environment was unique, and everything about the university, from my own perspective, was unique. The university is a meeting point for the best of minds, best critical minds, best dedicated minds, the best disciplined minds. And it is only the best that will be good enough for the university. The university is a place where things are done with excellence and not just anyhow. Now, this issue of the university being at the apex means that we must get it right at the apex. And we must get it right. Getting it right is crucial, because the products of what we do in the university empty themselves into the workplace at very key levels, whether when they are graduates at first degree or at master's or at PhD level. And some of them will end up, maybe when they pick up a job as admin officers, they are administering a place or managing a place. And it is important that we get it right in training them. Now, for the tripodal mandate to be fulfilled from year to year, we must get it right in teaching and dissemination of knowledge. Now, I emphasize the fact that our founding fathers bequeathed to us a culture of excellence. And we must carry this culture of excellence. We must carry it. It's like a relay race. They've handed over the baton to us. And we that are Adedikpe, last year we went to see Professor Adedikpe, the management of the university. We went to visit him, the foundation vice chancellor. And was in his 80s, or he is in his 80s. And he had become frail, but still his old self, smiling, and, and with the very, very, what will I say, smiling and welcoming us. But you will see the movement has slowed down. He has finished his own. As far as FUNAB is concerned, he has done his bit. He has handed over to us the culture of excellence. So the question is, what are we doing now with this baton that has been handed over to us? Are you getting me now? And this baton, we are not just holding it. We are supposed to do what? Pass it on again to the next generation of lecturers, to the next generation of teachers. Professor Folami, one of the facilitators, he retired some years back. And so, it is not just about you. It is about a system. It's about the continuity of a system. It's about the culture of a system. It's about permit me to say this, the image of a system. Because all that we are doing is also, impinging upon the image of our university. And it's important that we get it right. Teaching is not complete. That's why I said it's something that we do from year to year. Teaching is not complete until the examination have been conducted and the results compiled and approved from semester to semester. And so, when you are assessing students, in fact, the normal thing is for you to also see yourself being assessed. It's also that you are assessing yourself. I don't know whether we have this understanding. And even when you are assessing students, you are assessing yourself. Whether you were able to convey the facts properly to them, or maybe there's a way all of them misunderstood your questions and they are following one direction. If it is one or two people making the mistake, is another thing. But assuming that maybe 50 students are following one direction, I was also to ask yourself, what did I teach you? Is it that they didn't hear me well, or I didn't say something well, or I didn't convey certain facts to them well? So assessment of students, grading of students, evaluating of students' performance, in a way, is also about evaluating ourselves. I hope we will see it from that perspective too. And so the end products of our teaching and our examinations and results compilation are graduates. And when they graduate, they are graduating with the certificate of the university. They are graduating with the logo of the university. They are graduating with the name of the university. I'm always proud to say where I had my first degree. You know, I'm always proud to say it. You know, BIA Greek Ife. I'm always proud to say it. MSc Ibadan. I'm always proud to say it. And I hope that graduates of this university are also proud to say, oh, BIA Greek FUNAB. You know, BSc FUNAB. And for me, I can tell you that all my children passed through this university because I see this university as the best university in Africa. And I have no reservation about that. And so we must do our work as university, as lecturers, to convey this tradition of excellence and make sure we pass it on to the next generation, to the succeeding generation of lecturers. Now, why this workshop is important? I've mentioned the university being at the apex, and FUNAB has a culture of excellence, and we need to sensitize ourselves to continue to advance along the line of excellence. And there's something important about this workshop. The attendees of this workshop, senior lecturer and below. When you look at the NUC recommended ratio, staff mix by rank, academic staff mix by rank, it is 20%. A ratio of 20% for those on professorial cadre. That's professors and readers, 20%. Senior lecturers, 35%. And then lecturer 1 and below, 45%. What this means is that the people attending this workshop are senior lecturer and below. That is 35% and what? 45%. Add it together. 80% of the staff of FUNAB are supposed to be attending this workshop today and tomorrow. I've just finished with another group there, and I'm coming here now. Tomorrow, we'll handle the remaining 2 groups. Now, what this means is this, that this 80%, put it in quotation mark, open and close, is supposed to be the future of this university. The professors, the 20%, many of them, you know, many of them are at the exit, they're about to exit 65, 66, 67, 68. Almost every year people go. Every year. Some will be 70 this year. And they will go. In fact, some left in March. Some will leave in August. 69, next year they will leave. 68, next 2 years they will leave. 64, next 6 years they will leave. I won't tell you my own. Are you getting me now? But when it is time, you will know. You will not see me again as regularly. Maybe I will come for inaugural lecture, and you will be seeing me when I come for inaugural lecture to just enjoy the lecture. Now, so we need this succeeding, this future. You are the future. You are the future. In fact, let me say this, because some of you are senior lecturers, but your papers are being assessed for readership. Am I right? Am I right? Better be, you're trying to pretend. You are trying to pretend. So you are just senior lecturer because your papers have not been, they have not returned. They have not returned from external assessment. If your promotion had been announced now, maybe you wouldn't have been attending this workshop. You know? So what are we saying? In fact, I will show you the current figure for you to see. The current figure. This is the current figure of academic staff in the various ranks in FUNAB. Professors, 267. Readers, 73. Add professors and readers, that is 340. And the total population of academic staff in FUNAB is 662. The professors and readers are more than half. The group that should be 20%, they are more than 50%. And the group that should be 80%, they are less than 50%. This is not a good ratio. This is a ratio that it means the future, those that are on the exit, on the pipeline to exit, they are more than those that are the future. Very, very terrible ratio. That's why this workshop is important. So that those of you, senior lecturers and below, you'll be able to transmit. And it is a problem of government not giving the university permission to employ. That is the problem. The last employment was in 2019. And you had the Vice Chancellor when he said it this morning. So it means that in those days when the best first class is retained as junior research fellow, and almost, every year you have somebody added, every year, every session, you have one person. It's no more there. At least in each department, you have one new person, provided they make a first class. But it's no more like that. So that was serving to renew ourselves, to renew the system. But now nothing is being renewed. So it must make sure that you transmit this culture of excellence. The 45% now, we said less than 40%, less than 50%. I didn't calculate the percentage. But you can easily do it. 662 minus 340 over 662 times 100 over 1 will give you the proportion of those that are attending this lecture. Please, Professor Adeleke, help me calculate that. 662 minus 340 divided by 662 times 100 over 1. 48. 40 what? 48.6. You can see that. Which is less than 50%. I said I knew it's less than 50%. So we need, please, to pass on this culture of excellence. I don't want anybody to joke with this workshop. It's very important, critical for the survival of this university. Because the people that are exiting are more. I'm in that generation of those that are exiting. No. I'm not mocking them. I'm in that generation. I came to the university, like you had my profile now, in 1990 as lecturer 2. So you can make your calculations and permutations. This man that has worked since 1990, he should be... it should be close to. Now, The issue of culture of teaching and being a great lecturer starts with you, and it starts with me. It starts with me. It starts with me. And it starts with you. It's an individual thing. We must settle it as an individual. You must take a critical look at yourself. Somebody, you are working in the university as a lecturer. Are you here to make money? Is making money your motivation? Your primary motivation? I'm not saying having money is bad. I am not saying having money is bad. Your primary motivation. If your primary motivation is to make money, please leave us and go and open a shop in Ladipo Market or Alaba Market. Or which one now? In Island. Idubota. Go there. My younger brother, I asked him after I said, go back and get your, he said, no, I want to go and make money. And he went and opened the shop at Onitsha Market. Went and opened the shop. His own was money. He made up, he said, I want to go and make money. So he didn't bother himself coming to the university to work in the university as a lecturer. The issue of self-image, you've got to evaluate yourself. What is the image you carry? What is the special thing about you? What is something how do you carry yourself? What are your personal attitudes as a person? What is your personal outlook in life? What of this issue of core values? I've told you about FUNAB's core values: excellence, integrity, global relevance, innovation, and then service to humanity, exeges. What are your own core values as a person? Values like honesty, values like purity, values like respect for people, values like integrity, values like punctuality, values like loyalty, values like pursuit of excellence, values about neatness. Neatness is a value. Neatness is a value. Very important. And these are things you settle as your, what are your core values? And you are the one that will answer that question yourself. Your personal grooming, dressing, look, presentation, carriage, mannerism, comportment, neatness. When you stand before students to lecture them, how do they see you? How do you present yourself to them? Do you dress well? Do you talk well? Grooming has to do with how you present yourself. Did you comb your hair? Did you brush your teeth this morning? Or when they are with you are talking to them, they are looking the other way. You get what I'm saying? Did you use mouthwash? Grooming. Are you dressing anyhow? Can students look at you and say, this is a lecturer? Can they be proud to address you as their lecturer? So a lecturer must dress well and dress properly. A lecturer should not appear there asking, who is this? And it's not about spending too much money to look nice. It's not about spending too much money. It's not about spending too much money. You can be simple and beautifully, looking beautiful. It can even be going to bring up some of your old clothes you are no more wearing. The one I'm wearing now, I've not worn it for over 10 years. I'm not joking. And then, in fact, it was my wife that helped me said, this your suit is gathered dust now, it's too dusty. Let's take it to the dry cleaner. And we took it to the dry cleaner. And today, this is the first time I'm wearing it after it had gone to the dry cleaner. Something I had not worn for 10 years. I don't know whether I'm looking fine, but I don't know whether I'm looking fine. Am I looking fine? The shirt I'm not wearing, I did not buy it. So it's not about you spending too much money. I did not buy it, oh. My wife went to London last year and bought me this shirt. And I can go on and on and on and on. What else am I wearing? The cap I'm wearing, I did not buy it. My daughter bought it for me for her traditional marriage. So I wore it at her traditional marriage. I can go on and on. No. The shoe I'm wearing, I did not buy it. So it's not about you spending too much money. You can just be moderate, be modest, but well, looking good, appearing well, dressing well. I'm not talking about lavish dressing. I'm not talking about exorbitant, spending of money, but present yourself properly and proudly and confidently as a lecturer. What is your motivation? I said it before. Your personal vision and life's plan. You love the job or you just the money or other things. I will talk about other things. Others. Money stroke others. We are to pursue excellence, quality service delivery in teaching and in other assignments. And let me say this, that the required skills for a great lecturer are intellectual acumen. Intellectual acumen. You must have the brain matter, fundamentally speaking. That's why people go for the best. You must have first class. I didn't have first class. But okay, 2-1. And even those that have, if there's somebody that had 2-2, but it can be, you get what I'm saying? Excellent 2-2 is acceptable. But the fundamental gray matter, is it gray matter, must be there. That's why we said the best critical minds, the best critical minds, intellectual acumen, integrity, the required skills for a great lecturer, trustworthiness. You are a person of integrity. You are driven by self-discipline, personal learning. You are committed to personal development. It's not the notebook, the notes that your lecturer gave you in 1980 something or 1990 something that you are still conveying to people today. The notes your lecturer used to teach you is what you are using to teach your students. No. The world has changed. There are innovations in every field now. And through the click of the button, you can download things that people, even the notes people are using in other universities in other parts of the world, you can download them. Am I right? So you cannot just be lecturing or transmitting the notes of maybe the lecturers that taught you were also transmitting what they were taught in 1955. And then you are still talking about 1955 issues today. No, sir. No, ma. You must be committed to personal learning and development so that you can innovate and improve yourself and bring up new ideas, convey new ideas, modern techniques, modern ideas to your students today, relevant issues today. Are you getting me now? Reading skills is required to be a great lecturer. Reading skills, writing skills. Of course, you have to write your notes, present your notes, prepare your notes, and then do research and write up the reports, write your paper. You must have writing skills, presentation skills, just like what we are doing now. We are making presentations. You must go to conferences and make presentations that people will admire, people will recognize. I went to one conference, in Budapest, and I think we were just about 3 black men in the whole of that conference. 52nd, European Association for Animal Production. We were 3, others were. And then when I made my presentation, even the section, they lined us up, 10 of us. I was the only black man in the session I presented. And they were firing me questions more than they fired the other people. They wanted to know whether I know what I'm talking about. They left the other people. So you must know your presentation skills. You want to travel abroad for a conference abroad, you must present like they are presenting there. Interpersonal skills. This is an issue of how you relate with people. Interpersonal skills, listening skills, being attentive, being patient with people, open-minded. In the university, you have people from different backgrounds. You must be open-minded. If you are a Shekiri, you must be open-minded about an Igbo person, about a Yoruba person, about an Hausa person, a Fulani person. You must be open-minded. As an undergraduate student in the university, we had people from different parts of the country in our class. We even had people from different parts of Africa. During the period, Nigeria was giving scholarship to South African people, Mozambique and Angola. So we had people from Angola in our class. Interpersonal skills, you must be open-minded about people. The world does not start and end with you. The world does not start and end with me. Proneness to details. You must be given, you must nurture yourself to pay attention to details. That's how you can read. Students write up. Maybe a student wrote paper, and he joined everything, tied everything together. You must read everything and try to pick out the facts and the points and grade it for the student. Accessibility. You must be accessible to the students. I must be accessible. But then we need to maintain a balance. Accessible, but not over-familiar. You cannot be eating granite with the students, drinking Coca-Cola in your office, rubbing their shoulder. They are rubbing your shoulder. No, you must know the limits. Be accessible, but don't be too familiar. Respect yourself and carry yourself with respect. Fair-mindedness must be fair to everybody. Computer literacy. You must know how to use your computer. You must know the menus in your computer. You must know the keys in your computer. You must know the functions of your computer. You must know how to prepare slides. It's not your postgraduate students that will be preparing it for you. Do you know there was a year that somebody set a question, a lecturer in this university, set a question, 6 questions, and left his laptop open. And the students, Abi, you had the story. Is it in your college? You had the story. And the postgraduate students came and picked it and photographed it and just used the phone and snapped the question. You also must have security consciousness. Know the limits. You don't leave students in your office and they'll be ransacking through your things. You must not hand over your laptop to students and they'll be looking at all that is in your laptop. All the folders in your laptop, questions and answers, marking scheme. Computing skills require skills to be an effective lecturer. Now, what are the current challenges? This presentation, we are talking about the culture of teaching, examinations, and results preparation. So what are the current challenges to effective teaching in the university? Large classes is a challenge. And then the use of modern technologies and emerging techniques for virtual learning. You must know how to handle virtual lectures online. You must know how to upload things for the students to pick. You must know how to take attendance for virtual classes. You must know how to pick the assignments online and grade. You must know all those things. And there have been workshops in our university for those things. These are current challenges from year to year. And we must flow with the times, flow with the technology, flow with the issues. Poor supply of electricity. Poor supply of electricity. Is it a challenge? Now, classroom space. Classroom space and laboratory space. You know, laboratory space. I don't know how many practical sessions you organize in your class for your practicals. When we were in the university, we were doing practicals every week. Practical sessions every week. I don't know how many practical sessions each student now does in the semester. How many? 1 or 2? HOD. It was every week in my own time. So if it is 12 weeks, 12 practical sessions. Availability of laboratory equipment and reagents. Closure of the university due to strikes and public holidays. You know, there's some people that will come and tell me, when I was DVC academic, one professor called me, I won't mention the college, said, you said lectures are ending next week. I said, that is what Senate said. I'm not the one that said so. That is what Senate said. Approved Senate calendar. He said, but there have been public holidays almost 5 Mondays. 5 Mondays. That was last session. And his lectures fell into the Mondays. I said, DVC academic, I cannot do anything about it. Go and report to your dean. And if your dean feels strongly about it, let your dean contact the vice chancellor. The exam held as scheduled by Senate. And so we must find a way of making up. This semester now, there have been public holidays, Abi? Mondays and Tuesdays. So it is from year to year, from semester to semester. That's the challenge. I'm supposed to be having lecture with postgraduate students Tuesday, 11 to 1, today. But because of this workshop now, I had to tell them yesterday, I told the class rep, I'm not coming today. So those that you must find a way of making things up when you encounter such things. Promotion of entrepreneurial and vocational skills is a challenge. You must build into your lecture, especially those areas, those disciplines and programs that have to do with entrepreneurship. If you are in a Greek, if you are in in vet, if you are in almost every area, you must have a way of bringing the students to be aware of the business opportunities. Are you getting me now? Business opportunities that they can get in, so that they don't just finish from the university and start waiting for job, waiting 5 years, 10 years, looking for government job. They must be able to be creators of jobs themselves. That is a challenge when we are teaching students, to bring them up along the line of entrepreneurship and vocational skills. Available down, continuous learning and development, I mentioned it is a challenge. Poor attendance rates by students. Some students don't come for lectures. Is a challenge. Financial stringency. Some students are very poor, and it is a challenge. So they don't come to class. They don't learn. It's an issue that is, it affects whether they're able to make out time to attend your lectures. Pressure to normalize the academic calendar. Now, there's another challenge, sorting. Sorting. What is sorting? Sorting has to do with a lecturer seeking gratification from a student before passing the student. Sorting also has to do with a student seeking to gratify a lecturer. so that he or she can pass. Sorting has to do with seeking financial favors or material favors or what? Fill in the gap. Or what? Or sexual favors. Financial favors, material favors, or sexual favors. To be able to pass. And we must say no to those temptations. We must say no. If you want to be a great lecturer, you must say no. You must not be found wanting. A student came to me, said, I will take you to Dudu Telos. I will take you to Dudu Telos, sir. I said, get out of my face. He failed my course. And he had to come back because he was in final year. And he didn't come for exam. He didn't come for exam. And that day, God helped me so clearly because I entered the class as a lecturer teaching the course. I wasn't the invigilator, but I entered the class just to find out whether they have issues with the questions. And I just said, I was about leaving when I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That time you could count the number of students. And they were 16 in the exam hall. They were supposed to be 17. I said, where you are 16, you're supposed to be 17. Who is absent? Who is absent? And I mentioned the boy's name. So everybody knew that he was absent. The following morning he came to my office. So, I said, get out. I said, I will take you to do. I said, I don't know what you are talking about. He repeated the course. And the next session he came back, attended the lectures, attended the exam. And he did the exam and passed. And he graduated. When he saw his result, he came to my office. He came to my office. So we must avoid sorting. Sorting. He said the problems of survival may push some academics and even some students into some unwholesome practices. Unwholesome. Things that are not proper. My people have a proverb, I don't know. They said, when I share the proverb with people in the other, they say you also have equivalent proverb in Yoruba, that a dog that has a bone hung on his neck does not eat the bone. You have it in Yoruba. You have equivalent proverb in Yoruba. Huh? These children, we say we are in loco parentis. So we are their parents. We are the academic parents. How can we be looking for favors? Are you looking for your children to give you money at that level? Are you looking for your children to give you sex at that level? Are you looking for children to buy things for you at that level? Carry yourself with dignity and pride. The money you may be getting may not be enough for you, but carry yourself with pride. They say what? Godliness with contentment is great gain. Be contented with yourself. Let me say this, because it took me about 10 years from the time I started lecturing as lecturer 2 before I was able to buy a car. 10 years. I was already a senior lecturer before I bought a car. And some of my colleagues were making fun of me. Some of our colleagues were making fun of me. I don't mind sharing that so that you don't get into undue pressure. You don't start comparing yourselves with, oh, this person is using a big car and it's my colleague. So what? So what? You don't start measuring yourself unduly. Even the students have better cars than yourself now. Am I right? The students are having heavier cars than yourself. more elegant cars, newer cars. So if you are looking for competition, your students are better off than you. So if you don't carry yourself with pride, with confidence, you now go and are you going to commit suicide? Or you now start asking them, you know, if I see you riding that car tomorrow, you will fail my course. No. Leave them to their vehicles and carry yourself with pride. Be contented with, and keep praying to God though, to better your lot though. Keep praying to God. I'm not saying, you get what I'm saying? You are still looking for God to bless you. Maybe before you know it, you will get a fellowship from America. And you go there, your salary is being paid for from now. They are paying you dollars there in America. That is the way God blesses you. We will allow you to go if your department has not met, you know, the 20% now. You know the 20%. Now. 20%, no more than 20% of the academic staff in the department should be out at a time. So if you are 10 in the department and 2 have gone, 2 are outside, you cannot go. You must wait for somebody to come back before you go. Now, the culture of effective teaching in the university. Prepare your slides very well. Very important. Prepare your slides, your lecture notes ahead of time, before the beginning of the semester. Ensure the course notes and slides are effectively and fully cover the curriculum. They must cover the curriculum. Don't just enter the class and teach wherever you stop. Be purposeful to cover the curriculum. Those of you, if you are teaching with other lecturers, you must assign the various portions or sections to people to ensure that you cover the curriculum. Very important. Own your lecture notes and slides. Own it. You know what I mean by own it? Let it be your own intellectual property. Something you prepared yourself, not something you inherited from your lecturer. Own it. This is my work. I prepared it. And use materials. I'm not saying they may not necessarily be product of your research. It may be knowledge from this textbook, from that textbook, from that background, from whatever. Put everything together. Even from journals, from proceedings, from technical reports, but let it be correct and let it be complete. And let it cover the curriculum. Prepare the slides very well and avoid overcrowding. Overcrowding of slides. Avoid overcrowding. At times when a slide is overcrowded, you don't know what to pick and what not to pick. Then let the slides be attractive and inviting. Then don't use distracting background effects. At times, when I see some slides, they are flying like this, like a kite, flying, and then after some time, they now land on the screen. I don't like it. As a person, I don't like it. It can be distracting. It can distract. It can distract from the main points. As if all you are interested in is just flying, place. Just go for your presentation and let it catch it. Avoid unnecessarily artistic font types. Your purpose is to communicate knowledge, and don't let that don't be distracted away from your main purpose. He said, use clear and appropriate examples and practical situations to illustrate the various points. Be knowledgeable about modern techniques for effective virtual lecture delivery. I've talked about that. Then be knowledgeable about the university's academic regulations. Be knowledgeable. This issue of academic regulations is important so that you are able to guide your students, especially if you are a staff advisor, level advisor. You know whether a student should, okay, my brother has, in your department you have prerequisites and all those things. A lecturer must be knowledgeable about the academic regulations so that you can guide your students properly. Very important. Be knowledgeable about Senate-approved academic calendar. The calendar we are following. When is the next session? When is the next semester ending? When are the exams going to start? When will the lecture-free week be? So that you don't go and be fixing cards or lectures during the lecture-free week. Students always look, they can push you. Okay, we are not here ready. And they keep pushing you. And then you start writing, can I have test? When I was DVC, I never allowed anybody to have test during the lecture-free week. Because once you do that, the student union will use it to negotiate for another 1 week. 1 week extension, because you have impinged upon their free week. Now be punctual and regular to class. I talked about values, punctuality. If the lecture is starting at 9, please be there before 9. Be there right on time. Be punctual and regular to class. And dress well to lectures. Don't dress jaga jaga. Don't dress anyhow. Appear well. Grooming. Personal grooming. Use your laptops. Ensure it is fully charged. Don't run into any problem, like public address system. Ensure the microphone is working. The battery is there. Take attendance and keep record of student attendance very well. If possible, invite demonstrators to assist you take attendance. And if the class is too large, you can give them an assignment. What is this? Pick out a piece of paper, answer this question, and then use it to take attendance. Because they will write their matric number. They will write, but your main purpose is to take attendance. You can still grade the assignment if you feel like, but you have taken attendance, Explain the lecture points very well. Okay? Avoid threatening the students. Some lecturers threaten, you will fail this course. You will fail this course. No. Please don't say that. Don't threaten the students. Even if they make noise. Even if they disobey you in the class. There are some lecturers. You should be able to also own your class. Own your class. There's a way when you come into the class, the students will sit up. But if you're there, you're lecturing here, and some students are making noise there, they are saying you are not important. The students that should be attending your lectures are making noise at the back. You should not accommodate any nonsense in your class as a lecturer, as a great lecturer. You must command the respect of your students. I said you should not threaten the students though, but you must also discipline the students. You must also do the right thing. Is that okay? Now, you must be, I said it there, carry yourself with respect, avoid sorting. And I've defined what sorting is. Avoid sorting. Avoid sorting. Excuse me. Be accessible. Okay, I should drink water. Thank you. Be accessible, but avoid over-familiarity. I've said that. Maintain an appropriate balance. Be an effective communicator. I think my voice is sounding very well. Please, this next point is very important. Look at it. Avoid discrimination against or favoritism for any student on the basis of gender or gender identity on the basis of ethnicity. Oh, sorry, it's not showing. Okay, slideshow. I altered it. I'm sorry, maybe when I was drinking water, I was pressing this, inadvertently. Avoid discrimination against or favoritism for any student on the basis of gender or gender identity. This gender identity is more abroad. But I think they started, I don't know, I've not seen anybody that has changed his gender in FUNAB. I don't know. God will help us all. On the basis of ethnicity, on the basis of religion, or sect within religion, or denomination within religion, or marital status, or family connection. Maybe because the student is a cousin to your wife, or an in-law to an in-law. To an in-law. You now start, okay, help me. Help me pass her. He's an in-law. He's the daughter to my friend. No. Avoid discrimination against that student. But avoid favoritism against, get what I'm saying? Deal with students equally. Deal with students equally. On the basis of race, nationality, skin color, height or weight, etc. There may be other factors. Avoid exploitation or extortion of any student under any guise. Please. Very, very important. Remember what I said earlier? 48.6%. You are the future of this university. You are the one that will hand over the baton to the next generation of lecturers. And you must get it right. If you don't get it right, then that culture, there's a pipeline. Professor Wole Soboye just said there is a pipeline of academics with excellence being produced by FUNAB. A pipeline producing academics of excellence. And then if that pipeline is blocked with sand, then what is the quality of the lecturers we are producing? So we must be careful, because those of you that are sitting here will hand over. Many of you, some of you are HODs now. Some of you will be HODs in future. Some of you will welcome the new staff. Some of you will sign our retirement letters. You sign my clearance. When I'm retiring, the HOD that will sign my clearance has not yet been appointed though. So what is the culture you are going to hand over? What is the culture you are going to run with as a lecturer? Very important. Great. Now, lessons from the past. I talked about Professor Wole Soboye, and this particular slide is adapted from the presentation he made in FUNAB some years back. He said, great academics, lecturers produce great students, graduates. Great academics are dedicated to their work, their students, and to scholarship. Great academics dedicate their lives to continuous learning, teaching, and research. And this continuous learning and of teaching and all that continues during and after holding administrative positions. Did you know what? A week after I handed over as DVC academic, in fact, less than a week, my HOD, Dr. Matthew Weto, called me and said, Prof, you are going to class next week, ABG 501. ABG 501. And I had to go. A week after I handed over, I went to lecture ABG 501, final year course. That is academics. That is lecturing job. There are some people, when they finish holding big administrative positions, they think that nobody should bother them. They may not even bother to come to school again. That is nonsense. The work of academics the way we are is that after that big position you have held, except you are not retiring, if you are still there in the system, you come back and lecture students, you come back and supervise students, you come back and attend departmental meetings, you come back and attend college boards, you come back and attend Senate. And when I come to Senate, I no more sit here. I sit there. Because that is the culture of academics. And there are a lot of people that have even held the position before me. Professor Nwuka, Professor Arowolo, Professor Akeredolale, Professor Dikpeolu, Professor Mrs. Eromostele. They finished and did what? And returned. And that is academics. So you don't come and say, some people say, I paid my dues, I will not lecture again. No. You go back and lecture and teach your course and supervise students and guide students properly with that experience, with that exposure, and with the knowledge that you have acquired over the years. Very, very important. So use your success to help others to succeed. And simplicity, commitment, humility, and careful focus are the keys to long-term success. Very, very important. I've given proper attribution to those materials. Now, you must impart knowledge for effective teaching to occur. You must be motivated and enthusiastic. You must convey passion. Now, do you know that if you carry yourself with regret, don't mind Buhari, don't mind Tinubu, the way they are treating lecturers, they are it's so bad. And they want me to come and teach you. They want me to come and lecture you. You people are not even, pitying us. You students are not pitying us. Is that correct? No. Leave your struggle at the door. Carry yourself with pride. When you are lecturing students, when you go to ASU Congress, you can vituperate and lambast the government. But when you are in the class, you don't feel sorry for yourself. You don't pity yourself, but you carry yourself with pride and confidence. Don't let the students feel bad that this man is going to, this man is going through terrible times. Let the students see you as a mentor and let them find your lecture stimulating and ensure that they are gaining from the lectures you are teaching, you are conveying to them. Now we said that you must keep proper records of attendance. You must keep the students busy and engaged through assignments, CAT, and practical sessions. You must grade the students' assignments on time and give them feedback before the exam so that they know how they are fared even before the exam. Then submit the questions to the HOD. Very important, on time. Submit your questions to the HOD at least 2 weeks before the beginning of the exams or before the end of lectures so that the HOD can prepare very, very well. Very important. Now, the role of HOD is in promoting the culture of effective teaching. The role of HOD is that the HOD should ensure that all courses in the department are effectively taught, examined, graded, and results compiled. They should monitor the teaching work of all lecturers, especially the younger lecturers. The HOD is supposed to monitor what the younger lecturers are teaching. This is very important. This is very, very important. So that, to ensure that the culture of excellence is being promoted. The HOD should also ensure that students' course evaluation forms are completed before the exams. This issue of course evaluation form. How many of us know about course evaluation form? By the students. The students are supposed to complete the course evaluation form before the exam. It is the duty of the HOD liaising with the Director of Academic Planning to ensure that this is done before the exam. It should be done before the exam, because if it's not done before the exam, the students will use their performance in the exam to now write whatever they failed me in this course. They are not teaching us well and all that. But the student is supposed to make a comment whether how they feel the course was delivered without being influenced by their performance because they have not yet done the exam. So this is important. This is an NUC requirement for accreditation because it's a peer review mechanism. And overseas, in other countries of the world, they even put it on the internet. They put it on the website. What the students have commented about lecturers. We should not be afraid. We should not be afraid. Except we are doing the wrong thing. Let the students come and evaluate me. I'm not afraid to be evaluated. And I have never, in all my years in FUNAB, been faced with any adverse comments by students in all their evaluation. I've never been faced. And it's the duty of HODs to ensure that this is done. And they use the comments of the students to go and meet the respective lecturers. See what the students are saying about you. Of course, they are supposed to do this anonymously. This is what they are saying. They are saying you are not teaching well. They are saying you are abusing them in the class. They are saying you are threatening them in the class. They are saying you don't come to class on time. All these are comments that students should make, and it will help us to serve them better. Very important. We should not be afraid to be evaluated by students, though. Okay? We should have proper record keeping of this forms for NUC assessment when it is time for accreditation. And then the HOD will collate the draft questions, from lecturers about 2 weeks to the end of lectures. Now, there's something I have put on this screen. There's something I put on this screen. Yes, I'm finishing now. About the unit courses. When we joined FUNAB here, in those days, in the 90s, when a lecturer teaches a course, if it's a 3-unit course, it's supposed to set 9 questions. And then the HOD will screen the questions and select 7 out of them to feature in the question paper. And then the students will choose 5 out of the 7 to answer in the exam. If it's a 2-unit course, the lecturer or lecturers will set 8 questions on the whole. The HOD will choose 6 out of the 8 to feature in the question paper. And then the students will answer 4 out of 6. I'm not sure we do that anymore. This is an issue about peer review, quality control. And it is an issue that we should go back to adopting. When I made a presentation like this in 2016, when a similar workshop was organized, Professor Rolo was DVC academic then, and he nodded his head. He said, yes, we were doing this in FUNAB in the early times. It's important that we ask ourselves questions. Why? Is it okay, so it means that it is whatever any lecturer brings that the HOD will feature in the exam. Whether the questions were properly phrased, whether the questions are ambiguous. I entered one exam hall, and a lecturer was talking about, mention the factors militating against this. And what he put there was, mention the factors mitigating against this. So I said the word militate and mitigate. Are they the same thing? So all those ambiguities and verbosities are supposed to be corrected. But at what point are they corrected? When it's even whatever a lecturer brings, then the HOD will transcribe into the question paper. We should go back to the old days and ensure that we do the right thing. And then we talked about moderation of examination questions with the external examiner. The final year questions, the postgraduate examination questions are supposed to be moderated with the external examiner. Approve the external examiner. It's important that we do this from semester to semester and from year to year. And then HOD will ensure that the question papers are prepared in sufficient number with confidentiality and security of papers and the questions, and then assembles other needed items like answer scripts for the exam. The conduct of examinations. There is the role of Team Tech, and we know the role of Team Tech, so I don't need to go into that. The role of Team Tech, they schedule lectures and venues. They schedule exams and venues. They schedule invigilation. They monitor the conduct of invigilation. Conduct and invigilation of examinations. They report breaches to the university, breaches, exam rules, misconduct, and they resolve clashes and conflicts in scheduling. Okay, we know this. Now, what is your role as an invigilator? What is my role as an invigilator? When it is time for exam, for us to be conversant with invigilation schedule that has been assigned to us and the venues. You know the venues ahead of time. You may not familiarize yourself with the abbreviations of the venues. LBOG. What is LBOG? What is LBOG? Study, be conversant with academic regulations. Academic regulations, very important. Present yourself 30 minutes before the exam starts as an invigilator in the hall. Receive the question papers from the HOD and keep them safe before the start of the exam there. Start checking the students in 30 minutes before the exam starts. You know this issue, in FUNAB, some students will not come into the exam hall on time. Start checking them 30 minutes. Don't list, if it is only 2 that came into the exam hall, by 9 o'clock, if the exam is to start by 9, stop checking in, start the people. You see them running into the door, running to the door. And then you decide when and how to check them in. But they must stop at the same time with the others. Am I right? So you must get it right. Don't start pleading for them. I am saying, come now. I'm begging. Are you going to beg them? The role of invigilators, I said, yes, ensure proper spacing. And then open the sealed envelopes for them to see that it was not tampered with. Then start the examination on time as scheduled. Ensure attendance sheet is correctly filled by students there. Be alert and vigilant during exam. Report cases of misconduct. Ensure that the student scripts are fully and properly accounted for. Complete and endorse the packaging envelopes. And ensure safety of scripts. Hand over the student scripts, okay, and other leftover materials and attendance sheets to the HOD at the end of the exam. The role of the HODs, of course, he takes the questions to the exam hall. He hands over to the invigilator or chief invigilator. He ensures that the course lecturers, you and I, that we are available to clarify issues on the questions and instructions to the students at the beginning of the exam. Then he returns to the venue at the end of the exam to collect from the invigilators used and unused answer scripts, completed attendance sheets, and other materials. He reconciles the number of scripts with the number of students that completed the attendance sheets. Very, very important. And then he ensures that the question bank of e-examinations are updated and enlarged from year to year to eliminate predictability and to promote fairness in the examination. He ensures that e-exam questions are available in the right format an hour before the start of the exam at the computer laboratory loading room. This is because there are times that the e-exams do not start on time because this is done very late. And when you start the morning question, especially the morning exams, Idehe is here. If they don't come on time, It can affect the whole day. Can affect what is done the whole day. So please, exams should start on time, and HODs should take the questions in the format required, QPACAB, and send it to the loading room 1 hour. Let them load it on time, so that if it is 9 o'clock, the exam starts 9 o'clock. And then from there, every other thing. The same thing with afternoon exams. The same thing with the other exams, so that there will be no bottleneck along the line. And then the answer scripts for written exams, when the HOD comes back from the exam, after collecting them from the invigilators, he gives them to the course coordinator or the lecturers that taught the course for grading. Now, the culture of results preparation in FUNAB has to do with, first of all, preparing a good marking scheme. Each of us should prepare good, fair, detailed, comprehensive marking schemes with proper allocation of marks to each question or sub-question. Very important. Correct grading of student scripts within the time allotted by the university. Recording marks for CAT, for exam, and for the final score for each student. Scrutiny of the final score by the team of lecturers. The team that taught the course should sit down and ask themselves questions. Let's review. Let's discuss. How is the performance of students in this class, in this course, before they pass it on to the department in the departmental meeting. So let them have their own meeting and discuss first. And then the HOD will now call a meeting where the department sits over the results, course by course. And the coordinator, course coordinator, will present their results to the department, to the staff, for them to discuss. And then they scrutinized it, and the HOD is the chief examiner. And then the culture of results preparation is that the moderation, in fact, after marking, the final year questions and the postgraduate questions, after grading, again moderated with the external examiner. The marks are supposed to be moderated with the external examiner. The questions before the exam, moderated with the external examiner. The marks supposed to be moderated with the external examiner. So if your external examiner is at Ilorin, you go 2 times. If it's at Ile-Ife, you go 2 times. If it's at Akure, you go 2 times. If it's at Lagos, you go 2 times. If it's at Agoiwoye, you go 2 times. The course coordinator now does what? Submits the marked answer scripts. Everything you have done after marking, the course coordinator will submit the package back to the HOD. Please, on no account should lecturers carry answer scripts to their houses or to their offices. The VC said it at last Senate, that some lecturers carried scripts back to their house. Answer scripts. This is not done in a university that has a culture of excellence. After you finish grading of your scripts, you carry the envelope, the parcel, they don't belong to you, the marking scheme, the remaining question papers, the attendance sheet, everything that you used for the marking and the compilation, you carry it to the HOD and give it to him or her. It is the HOD that should safely store those packages. It's no more your business. Even when you have request for rectification, the HOD will do the preliminary thing. He will open the parcel because they are with him or her in the office there. He opens the parcel and establishes a prima facie case, whether the student has a case or not. And then he will now call the course coordinator or the lecturer. Please look at this case. But the envelopes are primarily with the HOD, in the HOD's office, or in a store. Maybe not in the, but at least the HOD is the one in charge. And then after the course coordinator uploads the scores, that the department agreed upon, that the department scrutinized to the result processing portal. Very, very important. Now, for result processing, I won't spend much time on this because this is done electronically, and we know the roles of the department. This is where, after the HOD everything has been uploaded, the HOD now downloads the draft, and he can now see whether there is a missing score somewhere or not, and then he follows to pursue that. So you have the department's role, and that's the HOD and the exam officer pursuing that and fulfilling that department's role. Then after that, you have the role of COSA. The COSA is the College Committee on Exam Results. They should meet in the college, coordinated by the Deputy Dean of the college, to scrutinize the results from 100 to FNG what? FNG2 special. We're just joking. FNG2. And then the role of the college board after COSA is the college board. The college board is supposed to scrutinize. Please, everybody has a role. And at times some people say, oh, no, approved. No, it shouldn't be approved. You must scrutinize at the COSA level. You must scrutinize at the college board level. And you must scrutinize at the SECOSA level. Please. Otherwise, we will not be doing justice to these various levels. And it's because of the need to ensure, probity, to ensure integrity, to ensure that the students have not been shortchanged or over. There is no mistake somewhere. There is no abuse somewhere. That's why you have these various levels. And then, finally, Senate or Vice Chancellor. Senate for final year and FNG courses, and then Vice Chancellor for lower levels, executive review. Okay, the VC approves executively. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic does that on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. But it is taken as if it is the Vice Chancellor approving. Okay? So all these steps must be followed to ensure the integrity of our results. Now, the key requirements when it comes to result processing is computer literacy and versatility. You must be computer literate. You must know the functions in your laptop, the functions in the computer, the keys, the menus, timeliness of operations, keen eye for details. I've mentioned that. Due diligence and proper scrutiny of draft results. Due diligence, very important. Awareness of the university rules and regulations. That is where you now say, final year, oh, this person carried 42 units. Is that correct? It's not correct. It's 39 units. So you must know the rules and regulations so that when you see any abnormality, you say, this one is contrary to the rules and regulations. Are you getting me now? Or you see 15 units, TNU, 15 units. Is it possible? No. Because the minimum number of units for studentship, full-time studentship, is 16. You must know the rules and regulations. As a lecturer, as a level advisor, as an exam officer, as a HOD. Then, security consciousness and confidentiality. Students must not be hearing about their results before approval. Oh, did you know that, that boy, Ojo, made first class in the department? He made first class, and students are hearing you before approval. No, you should not talk about the results that have not been approved. We must avoid such a thing. And then you keep students in the department. What is that? You know the students in the department. You must know them so that you know the peculiar issues about them. Maybe leave of absence. Maybe SDC cases. Are you getting me now? Oh, this one is on SDC. He's awaiting SDC trial. Oh, this one is on rustication. Oh, this one was sick. He had leave of absence. You must know that. Knowing your students very, very well. And then working staff advisory, students advisory system. A department must have a working advisory system, okay? And regular updating of staff. A HOD comes back from Senate meeting, he must update the staff on what have transpired in Senate. Maybe there's some Senate waiver, new Senate waiver, special Senate waiver. Are you getting me now? Or this FNG2 special that has been approved for some students. You must take your staff back. Oh, expect this student back next session. Oh, it's coming FNG2 special. And we are going to guide him properly. Please, we will admonish him. We will counsel him every week so that he will graduate. You must tell you get what I'm saying? I think that chemistry people did that, and they were very happy to let the boy go. Very good. Now, seamless transition from one HOD to another, from one examination officer to another, and from one COSA chairman to another. We must, a HOD that got it right must transmit to another HOD to get it right. And this is where all of us are partaking in this seminar. If a HOD gave you assignment, you say, no, I have a church activity by 4 o'clock. I cannot stay beyond 4. I have church activity, prayer meeting by 4 o'clock. Let me tell you something. What goes round does what? Tomorrow, that person will become HOD. And then he will be forced to stay beyond 4 o'clock. And he will need people to assist him or her to do the work beyond 4 o'clock. So if they ask you to do something now, please do it with all your heart. Because tomorrow it will be your turn. There is nobody that will be HOD forever. My own now, I will not go back to be HOD. You know? But I will give my HOD support and respect in his work and encourage him and advise him and also cooperate with him. But the lecturer one that will say, no, it's not my duty, it's the duty of the HOD. Okay, now, it's the duty of the HOD. When that lecturer one becomes HOD, another lecturer one will not assist him. What you give somebody is what comes back to you. But if you cooperate with somebody, by the time it is your turn, people will rally around and say, this man cooperated with people. Let's rally around and cooperate with him. Are you getting me? Very, very important to transit from one leadership to the other, from one HOD to the other, from one exam officer to the other, and from one COSA chairman to the other. The proper record keeping of approved results. We must know what happened. So this should be done electronically and then in hard copy. In some cases, in my department, they bind approved results, bind it and put on the shelf. And in hardcover binding from semester to semester so that we can monitor over the years. We can easily pick it, and then there is also the electronic storage. Okay, I'm ending now. Result processing. The timely and efficient preparation and processing of results affect programs and activities within and outside the university. It affects NYSC mobilization. Whether the students should go on batch A or on batch B. Let me tell you something. This is personal. When I was Dean Kolanem, I labored frantically and ensured that all the HODs, all the departments in the Kolanem submitted their results on time and submitted their NYSC. That time you have to submit the students graduated to student affairs. The student affairs that will submit to NYSC, and the students will be mobilized. So the students from Kolanem were mobilized. But then my own children, my own biological child, I don't want to mention the department. I don't want to mention the college. But that time, the department did not transmit the results. And my daughter missed NYSC for her, with respect to her colleagues. Well, you know, for me, it was a moody time for her. Very moody. She was moody. And she did not like it. And then we tried to do something for her. In the family, I called my wife. I said, what do we do for this girl now? Anyway, we were able to pacify her. And we got her to learn a particular skill. And that skill is what is, she's in business with that skill today. today. I won't say more than that. So please ensure that you do the right thing. It affects NYSC mobilization. You know, my daughter suffered it. Annual leave, it affects when you will go on annual leave. You get what I'm saying? It affects when the university will close for the session. It affects the timely registration of students for the next level, for the next session. It affects processing of students for scholarship. There are some students, some scholarship bodies might want them to submit, you get what I'm saying, update on their results. And when the results are not available to be submitted, there was a girl that came to me when I was Dean Student Affairs. She came to me with bitterness. I won't mention her department that time, but this is a long time ago, over 20, maybe about 20, about 18 years ago. The girl got scholarship. She enjoyed the first year, enjoyed the second year. Then the third year, the result did not come on time for her to present to the scholarship body that she's keeping to the required, must be 2-1 grade. You must maintain 2-1 grade if you continue to enjoy it. She missed it because the result did not come on time. And that scholarship agency cannot wait for her. They have their timeline. This girl came to Student Affairs with anger. I'm talking about an undergraduate student. Her results were not released on time, and she could not submit it. And she lost the scholarship. So please, some of the things we do, it's not just about this, about us. It's also about people. It's about parents. It's also about official records. It's about the image of the university. It's about the image of the university. Let me tell you something. That again, this is a true life story. My friend, he retired from Ogonshu, River Basin here. We finished from the same university the same year. And then he came to me one year, I was Dean calling him that year. He said, please, my daughter has not graduated from her university, another university, because the results have not been, final year results have not been released. I said, what? And I knew the dean of the faculty in that university is my friend. So I just called her on the line, a lady. And she said, okay, give me time, let me find out. And then she called the HOD of the girls' department. And the HOD told her, the student has not brought her results. The student has not brought her GNS results. She should go to GNS department and bring her results in all the GNS courses. She should go to chemistry department and bring her results in chemistry department. She should go to mathematics department and bring all her results in mathematics. She should go to physics department. I said, what? I said, madam, you made a first class in the university. Were you the one that compiled your results? Were you the one that brought your results from GNS? How come that the culture that we received, the culture that we benefited from, have been thrown overboard, and you are manufacturing another culture? This one shook me to the bone marrows, ladies and gentlemen. It means that a culture of excellence can be thwarted, can be overthrown for impunity, for lawlessness, for carelessness, for abuse of positions and office. I told her, please, I am telling you, if you want to remain my friend, I am giving you 2 weeks to get that result of this. I said, the father is with me here. And the father is even an alumnus of that university. They released results in 2 weeks. So I couldn't, if they didn't release, I couldn't have done anything anyway. I just said, if you want to remain my friend, what if she doesn't want to remain my friend? Is it by force that she will be my friend? You know? So ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very important. The standards, the timely processing of results is an image issue for the university. It's an image issue. And the communities are around. The parents are around. The parents, they know Tomorrow, if you now do admission and nobody is choosing FUNAB, it's an image issue. That will not happen to our university. Rectification of results, you address it promptly, and then if there is any problem that is, you identify the problem from within, please address it. Don't wait for students to apply for rectification. When you know that there is an issue you have identified yourself, are you getting me now? Let the correction be done. The students don't need to apply for rectification in every case. When you know that there was a mistake, you rectify it yourself and get approval. Conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the need for continuous self-development by the individual lecturer. There is the need for probity, integrity, and high standard of morality on the part of all academic staff. There is the need for the continual pursuit of excellence in all we do. The culture of excellence in teaching, examinations, and preparation of and processing of results is an image issue. I've said that. It is also one that should be passed on from one staff generation to another. I've said that. The future of FUNAB depends on this. That future begins with you, and that future begins with me. I want to, these are some of the references I consulted. In 2016, I referred to this in my presentation. The publication is here. The publication is here. The publication is there. The university made Professor Nwukatu made a presentation on university ethics, academic ethics, rules and regulations is also here. And every department has a copy. Every department, go back to your HOD and ask for this. Every academic staff should have this to read. If they don't have it to read, they can make photocopies and keep copies for themselves. That presentation I made is there. Professor Nwuka's presentation is there. I know the Professor Akinyemi also made a presentation is there. Professor Mrs. Dikpeolu made a presentation is there. And so many other people made presentations. They are here. Then the presentation by Professor Wole Shoboyejo that I referred to, that I said I adapted from, there was a retreat for professors in FUNAB in 2013. And this is the proceedings of that retreat. That professor's presentation is also here. And every department also has a copy. And if you don't have copy in your department, I think the academic planning that published it or that printed it should also make available a copy. But I know that departments were given copies. Because one year, I went to, was it PPCP or Soil Science? And the HOD brought out this publication, the one of 2016, and showed it to me. So there's a copy for each department. So many of the things I said are available there. I want to appreciate the Vice Chancellor for the opportunity to be a facilitator here today, and also the Planning Committee headed by Professor Gbeyale. I appreciate you all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention.
It's getting very cold. They get to get ourselves a little warmer. We can just hit those hands again, please. Let's do that. So thank you very much. I'll just summarize what you've had, just 3 sentences. Yes, the first one, we must familiarize with the vision and mission of our university. I must confess, I don't know everything. I will miss out some, but I have to go and learn it very well. Yes. Second point is the culture of excellence of the founding fathers, members of universities, must be maintained. And last but not the least, godliness with contentment is great gain. Please. So what we do now, time is fast spent, but it doesn't matter. We want to give room for, there are some questions that may be bothering your comments. But before we do that, we can see what we have there. That is a link. There are 2 options. You can snap it and just type it. It's very simplified. There, CBW, uppercase, ACAD, FUNAB. There's a questionnaire that you can just you fill and submit, please. We need the responses for that. It's a questionnaire and it should be as soon as possible. Maybe latest before tomorrow, or if you can do it now, fine and good. Yes, then, yes, for the recordings, we have the, in fact, just to let us know that this lecture we've had was streamed live globally, worldwide. So if you are sleeping when Prof was explaining some things, they will see you live. So for the materials, when the time is right, very, very soon, we'll get it on YouTube, where you can go. I'll send a link to you, and you can go on YouTube and you see yourself if you're sleeping. All right. So please, let's take the questions very quickly. If somebody has asked your question, don't ask it again. No. Yes, let me start. Yes, I will just come down this way. Thank you. You just tell us your name and.
Shotunde Olalekan is the name. 2 in 1. Question number 1. I could recall that you said during examination invigilation, the students should be screened properly. And as soon as you said that, a case came to mind during the first semester, during the last exam that we had at 1,000 seater adjacent to PG school. The students refused to move close to the entrance. There were many. They waited until it was 2 minutes to the exam. So we insisted on doing the right thing, searching them, screening them. Then 2 professors came. Ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé, ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé, ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé. You know, ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé, ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé. And I couldn't, myself and one other junior colleague like me looked at ourselves. Ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé. Okay. At least professors lọ sọ̀rọ̀. It was the day Professor Akinyemi came and found papers on 3 students. Ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé, ẹ má worry until lọ. I could recall that when one of us insisted that she was going to do the right thing, Chairman Tim Tech was invited. And he said, wọ́n lè ti pẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ kán wọlé. And that, so Shotunde hesitated when it was time to sign that I witnessed the process and how the students cheated. I hesitated, and 2 professors eventually persuaded me to sign. Àwọn ọ̀gá ẹ ti sign, ò lè sọ pé ó sign, and I signed. That is 1. 2, what can a relatively new lecturer like me do if you submit result after marking script and you submit result to the HOD, only for you to find out later that what was uploaded is different from what you submitted, and you are blamed, embarrassed for the crime?
Prof, sir, do we have some and just respond together? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation, sir. My question is that when you presented, Yusuf Kende, Statistics Department, we saw the number of academic staff we have, and the number is very, very simple because very, very small. But when we compare with the number of non-teaching staff, we know that the number of non-teaching staff are even triple the number of the academic staff here. But by that, we don't feel the impact of the number of non-teaching staff in department, because in the department, after the academic staff, you have just secretary and the clerical. So where all other works are being done by the academic staff, because during the this accreditation mark, we know what we went through. The lecturer will just go be searching for the file, do all this, something that's supposed to have been done by just if they are non-teaching staff that there are more than 2. Those 2 are also doing their hand are very but if they are at least in other departments they have about 6 record officer, information officer. In the department you can count about 5 to 7 non-teaching, but here in FUNAB only 2. That if that can be addressed. My question number 2 is that FUNAB with the age and what we have gone through, do we still need to centralize some of these things, especially timetable? Centralization of timetable is causing many havoc to the students and the staff. When I was doing my undergraduate, I hardly had 2 exams in a day because they will give us 3 weeks for the exam, and the department will use the 3 weeks to spread across all the courses that the students are taking in the department.
Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Sorry, the previous one. Are you talking about timetable for exam or timetable for invigilation? Okay.
My name is Ajayi Abayomi, Department of Statistics. Come again. Ajayi Abayomi, Department of Statistics. Now, as a level advisor for the 100 level, now we understand the minimum units is 16 units, and that I don't know whether it's a written rule that they must offer all the courses in 100 level. That's about 24 units. Suppose I have a student that comes to me that is not able to cope with that 24 units. That should he be able to register less than that 24 units? That's my question.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. My name is Chukwuka Uzamaka Obonna from Department of Biochemistry. My question is following from strong eulogies and praises and many things that have been said about the culture of academics in FUNAB from many years ago, as far back as many strong hands that joined from 1988, 1991, 1994, and following. And we happen to see also the maybe evidence in some of the global rankings that we have witnessed in recent times. So, looking at some of these foundational events, and some of us who have had experiences of many other universities before coming to FUNAB, and begin to experience maybe teaching, conducting of exams, and delivery of results. Some of the things that happen during delivery and administration of results speak against some of these information, some of these track record of very great praises. I think at least we are peers here, we are lecturers here, so we don't have students who hear us. So in the event of administration of exams, we happen to see issues where we submit honest results collected after students marking, scripts marking, and all that. And you are told that if this result goes up there, it will be rejected. You better go and do something about this result. You better go and we have been also told that all these great hands that have handed onto us this great academic culture, we are not doing that in their time. And I believe that because they were not doing that in their time, that's why they could build such strong academic culture that they are living for us. But today, we are now being blackmailed into having to add some of the things to students so that they will pass. And then to the extent that you will have students who have 16, 15, 14, 13, 17, 18, 19, and you are told, okay, if you can't push it to 40, push it to 30 so that they will enjoy some waiver up there. I think these things were not done in the years that this academic culture was galvanized. And today, it is being done. And my fear, why I speak against these things whenever it happens, is that if it continues, the generation coming after us will not have a strong academic culture to refer to. Thank you, Prof. Please, I just want us to exercise some caution because this is going live. It's on YouTube. So we mustn't say things unless maybe we have to drop the YouTube down.
My name is Dr. Williams Ike, College of Bioscience, Department of Microbiology. My question, most of the things I wanted to ask, some of my colleagues have actually raised those questions. But in addition, I just want to add that every society usually is a reflection of the educated people. For example, all the institutions like the universities. But if we superimpose our country, Nigeria, today, can we say that the bad image that we have about our country is as a result of failures that is the failures we have in our society today? Can it be linked to the universities in Nigeria? It's just like a general question, sir. I want you to look at that and then.
Come again.
Okay.
The last sentence.
Okay, I'm saying that the failure that we recorded today in our society, Nigeria, does it have any connection with the universities in Nigeria? Thank you.
Where's Professor Iden? Professor Iden.
There was, yes, somebody. Have you asked your question?
Yeah, this one borders on some administrative issues. No problem. Once again, I'd like to thank you, sir, for that insightful lecture. Oluwatosin Oyetayo, College of Entrepreneurship and Development Studies. So many things you said about academic culture and ethics. But there is yet one more thing that you did not expressly touch on. You just mentioned something relating to it. And that is the issue of an academic staff leaving for fellowship or something. There's this issue, that's become controversial.
What's your name again?
Oluwatosin Oyetayo. Collins.
I know you were my HOD at a point. Are you still the HOD?
No, sir. Now, it has to do with I need his attention. Okay. I need his. Okay. It has to do with, staff and academic staff. Our understanding of, the culture, academic culture regarding our engagement in service, when we can, the proper time to disengage or go away so that we are not found wanting. We don't, violate some of these existing rules and make us look like nuisance. Because it is easy for the university to ask us to defer our leave periods. However, when people want to.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity and for being part of this training. Sir, my questions are two, and one. The first one is centered on the working. Babayemi David, Department of Biochemistry. Because of this maintaining this culture, I move straight to the question. The working environment, the lecture environment, and the office environment. Now I found out that the whole place is like too noisy. I think we need to work on the environment, because that will help our learning, the students' learning, and also enhance our work as academics. Sometimes you find interferences from outside around the lecture areas which disturb our lectures. Then the second question is on students' appearance, the dress code. I don't know how we are going to be able to undo this, but sir, I feel if the emphasis is also coming from the management and the security members, we will be able to cope this issue, because nowadays you see students wearing all sorts of dresses, or even males putting earrings and all these things. It should be controlled. It's not only the ASU members or teachers that should be telling them to dress well, so that all these things, they will know that in FUNAB, the FUNAB I graduated from.
I've got your point. I've got your point.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
How many do we have here, please?
Okay. Thank you, sir. I want to once again appreciate you, sir, for the thought-provoking lecture. You know, it is so loaded. My name is Aburish Adedio from Computer Science Department. My question borders on the issue of presentation skill that you talked about. Presentation skill. I listened to you, and in the course of your presentation, you made mention, you underscored the importance of presentation skill to become a great lecturer. You know, and you get all these, and that is true. You get all these, you get better as lecturer, you know, in your presentation skill by going for conferences, you know, getting engaged with internal presentation like this and all sorts. So if that is the case, sir, I want to use the opportunity of the fact that you are here with us, because that thing has been bothering my mind for some time. Why is it that conference proceeding has been downplayed? It's not that, it's not giving
critically issues before us as lecturers, and are presented graphically, especially the declining population of academics, 48.6%, senior lecturer and below, when they should have the population of 80%. And it's a government issue. It's a government issue. It's a government issue. Because before FUNAB can employ, you have to get permission from government. In those days when junior research fellows were being employed every year, we had, you know, the population was increasing. In fact, there was a question they asked me in the other group about political influence on employment. They asked me if FUNAB, if the university is at the apex, and it should have the best critical minds and the best dedicated minds and the best, why are we now having political influences when it came to employment? Some politicians imposing themselves and giving you candidates to employ. I said, I'm not in Abuja. I cannot answer that question. And I am not the vice chancellor. I'm not the recipient of that pressure from Abuja. But that's about the time here that have to do with such issues about the Nigerian failure. Can the failure of Nigeria be attributed to the universities? You know? So what we are here for is to address issues that relate to us. If we try to begin to philosophize about the Nigerian problem, we will be passing the buck, and we will be providing excuses for why we should not do what we should do. I will attempt to answer some questions. And when we had, that was the question I got from the other group. It said, you know, said the sorting. You talked about sorting. What of lecturer to lecturer sorting? Pressures from lecturers on other lecturers to pass a particular student. That's the kind of question I got from the other group. And I came here, you are asking me questions about Nigeria. Am I in Abuja? Am I a politician? Am I a senator? We are supposed to pick issues from this workshop and address it with respect to ourselves. So I must say that I am not happy with the kind of questions I have here. Now, professor saying another thing when the rules are supposed to be obeyed. I cannot say anything about that. If the rules are rules, everybody is supposed to obey the rule, professor or no professor. If students are to be checked in, they should be checked in at the right time, professor or no professor. If exam is to start at the right time, the exam should be started at the right time, professor or no professor. If invigilation is going to be conducted properly, invigilation should be conducted properly, professor or no professor. That is my answer. That is my answer. I cannot stand here and justify a professor or justify a lecturer for not following the rule. The rule is the rule. And I have presented the rule on invigilation. And I expect that invigilation should be conducted properly. I will not answer the second question by Shotunde because it is a personal experience that is wanting me to speak upon, and I will not speak upon it. If you have issues with any HOD, go and address it with the HOD. Don't come here and use this forum to justify any issue or to defend yourself on any issue. Go to your HOD and sort things out. I cannot stay here. Before I can address that issue, I must listen to that HOD. Are you getting me now? I cannot base on what you have told me because that appears one-sided. I must also listen to that HOD and hear his comments. So I cannot base on what you have told me and begin to, I don't want to comment on something I don't know. Kehinde, STS, teaching and non-teaching staff. Baba Yemi, working environment. Where is Baba Yemi? Working environment. The university is doing its best. Is that okay? And go and be the best lecturer with the best that the university has provided for you. Stop looking at how to criticize the system, but do the best you can. Please listen to me. I'm serious about this. The attitude that we have within ourselves, if it's the attitude of criticism, is very wrong. But if you have genuine complaint about noise, it's not an issue to bring here. It's an issue to address at your college board. Go back to your college board. Some of you don't talk at the college board. Some of you don't talk at the college board. Go back to your college board. If you have problem in the corridor, noise in the corridor, it's not an issue for me to address here. It's an issue for your college, at your college board, at your department. Students' appearance. Students' appearance. You know the issue of student appearance is an ongoing issue. But listen to me, because I shared an experience I had with the other group. One day, a lady got into my office with a skimpy dress. Please listen. Who asked the question? You are not listening. Skimpy dress. And she entered, and I said, "You? How can you enter my office like this? Get out!" And I drove, in fact, I scolded her out of my office. But I didn't even get up from the table. And she tried to get out and sneak. I said, get out! Whether I meant it or not, get out of my office. And I called the secretary, because I was the dean, student affairs then. I said, are you allowed this girl to enter my office like this? I said, madam, from today, any girl that is entering my office, as she's entering, follow her into the office. Follow her. Whether well-dressed or not well-dressed, follow her into my office. And she continued doing that until I left office as Dean Student Affairs. Sometime later, a staff of the university told me, said, I sent that girl to your office. I sent that girl to your office. Now God help you that day. I sent that girl to your office. So the issue of people not being properly dressed, you can address it. You can address it as a lecturer. You can address it in the class. You can address it by walking students out of your office. You don't accommodate anybody in your class if it's not properly dressed. You can do that. So if you want to, and this is where the issue, the university has a dress code for students. You want me to say that? I was the dean of students in this university. University has a dress code for students. And that's why I said we should point attention at ourselves. We should look for how we can improve ourselves with the workshop. There is a dress code for students, and there is a dress code for staff. I talked about it today. So you have a role to play at your own level. If the dean of students, there is orientation of students. He talked about there's orientation of students every year on these issues. We have the guidance counselor. Where is she? This woman, she has joined the academic line now. She used to do it for a whole week. Dr. Mrs. Ofodile. Her voice will run with God's horse for a whole week, where she's coordinating orientation. And then at the end of the day, somebody is still dressing skimpily. It's not a failure of orientation. It's just that some of these students, are, I don't know, is it incorrigible? Or even some adults, is it only students that are dressing skimpily? Their mamas dress skimpily. Some of their mamas dress skimpily. It's not only the students. So we can do something about it. Is that okay? And the university has a policy on that. Is that okay? Is that okay? Aborishade, presidential scales, conference proceedings, attitude of students to lectures. Some of them don't attend, Abi. Presentation skills. When you go for conferences, it's not only conference proceedings that you benefit from attending conferences. You network. You network. You network. You build networks. Did you know? Let me tell you something about this university. Let me tell you something about this university. Everywhere we go about this university, FUNAB has a positive image even in the midst of other universities. I don't know whether you have experienced it in your own professional or academic association. But anywhere we go, in animal science family in Nigeria, they respect FUNAB. That is our experience for those of us in Kolanem. They respect FUNAB. With respect to our professional body, they respect FUNAB. Let me tell you, when I was DVC academic, they used to call me from other universities of agriculture. They used to call me about college now. They used to call me, what did we do about your management science courses? They used to call me from Umudike. They used to call me from Umudike. The DVC academic of Michael Okpara University happens to be an animal scientist. I don't know whether he's still the DVC academic. And so he used to call me, have you done this? What have you done? He used to call me. Because they have seen that we are number one university of agriculture in Africa. It's not for joke. So they are learning from us and they respect us. So presentation skills, you go to conferences to network. Conference proceedings, yes, but only 6 are approved in FUNAB. Oh, Abi, is it only 6? Have they reduced it now? Maximum 6. So you know that ab initio, you know that. But like you saw in my bio data, I have over 60 conference proceedings. 6 is needed from FUNAB. But I still go for conferences. So it's not only about conference proceedings. It's also about networking, building network, research network, and so many of these other networks. Relate with your friends and colleagues in other universities. See how you can, work together. And some of the things, borrow ideas, if you have a friend in another university. My best man at my wedding is Atu Mudike. So that network is there. That contact is there. Like I've told you now about their DVC academic, who's an animal scientist. The network is there because we know one another. Right? We meet at conferences. Okay? So it's not just about proceedings. The proceedings for NAB, if you're, unfortunately, this forum cannot say, I cannot say anything about whether it should be increased or it should be reduced. I cannot say, I don't have the authority. It is APCAS. It is APCAS. It's APCAS that makes the rules. That's why I say we must know the kind of questions to ask. Because I'm also a person under authority. My vice chancellor declared the workshop open. And so I cannot stand here and criticize this system. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not expected of me. This system has given me so much. And I also have a responsibility to make sure that I give back to this system through my dedication, through my efforts, through my job. Did I tell you? A week after I told you, I went back to lecture. No excuses. Oh, Vice Chancellor, why don't you give me 2 weeks to go and relax? I did not go to the VC to give me 2 weeks. I went to lecture. I went for lecture the following week. And I taught for 5 weeks before I handed over to the next lecturer to complete the curriculum. And so it's about us. It's about us. Postgraduate, I'm supposed to be having lecture today, 11 to 1. Postgraduate students, 11 to 1. But because of this workshop, I told them yesterday, I told the class rep I won't be available today. I am happy doing the work I do. And this, listen, some people miss their roads into the university because of the issue of maybe there is no other job. They say, okay, let me go and be a lecturer in the university. But for me, right from day one, when I entered the University of Ife as an undergraduate student, September 17, 1977, I will never forget it. A teenager, you can now calculate how old is this man. But a teenager, 13 teenager, 14 teenager, so calculate back. I entered another world. I saw flowers by the roadside, beautiful. Duaka Ridgeway, flowers. You know, Ife is beautiful, but it's not as beautiful as FUNAB. Did you get me? It's not as beautiful as FUNAB. So I made up my mind to be a lecturer at 100 level. At 100 level, I said I'll be a lecturer. And then I saw the children of staff. You know, there is staff school, there is primary school, there is secondary school. And in the afternoon, the lecturers will leave. In fact, there was one day I entered my lecturer's office at around 11 o'clock. He had early morning lecture, and he came 8 o'clock. Then around 11 o'clock, I went to his office to knock. And he said, yes, come in. And I opened the door, and he saw me. He said, what? You? Get out of my office. You know? He said, you see me here having breakfast with the most beautiful woman in the world, and you are interrupting me. You are disturbing me. I thought it is the colleague that knocked on the door. You know, his wife prepared breakfast, you know, but he left early in the morning for 8 o'clock lecture. So the wife brought breakfast to him in the office, and they were having breakfast at 11 o'clock in the morning. The wife too, you know, is a lecturer in animal science, and the wife a lecturer in French language, modern European languages. And they were having breakfast together in the man's office. I started having dreams. I said, I want to be like this man. I want to be a lecturer. He drove me out of his office. But, you know, I was excited seeing them. And they rose to be professor. The man is retired now. His wife also rose to be a professor. And these are my mentors. These are people that mentored me. Because I applied for one conference. He read my profile. Sponsored by IDRC of Canada. It was the man that recommended me for that work, for that sponsorship from Canada. It was this same man that taught me, that I saw having breakfast with his wife in his office. So I didn't miss my way. This was something that was nurtured in me right from when I was a teenager. And I'm happy that I am living my dreams. But, you know, some people have motivation, no? Money, certain, not you, not me. God will help us to be the best that He wants us to be. So, finally, said students' attitude to lectures. You know, let me say this, you know, it is a generational thing. The methods of animal experimentation, you know, it's something they will need for their research projects. And she was playing with her phone. So I seized her phone. And I made up my mind I was not going to give her back that phone until about a week so that she would feel the pinch. But this girl came crying and even sent other lecturers to me. Said, my life is inside her phone. This girl was a model. A model. Did you get what I'm saying? A model. Modeling, you know, and she was, you know, trying to network for another modeling, whatever. That is what they are interested in today. I don't know, you said majority. I don't know whether it's majority or it is 48.6% or it is, I don't know the percentage. I'm just joking I don't know whether the percentage, whether it's 10% or 20%. There are still some serious ones among them. I know my own children. When they were here, they were serious. And they needed to be. Because I told them, look at my face, see my face very well. That's why any lecturer that taught my children, did I come to lobby you to pass them? Say it now. Or forever. Or forever. Did I come to you to pass my children? I can say it with pride. I used to tell those in ABG, I said, if you see my son in the exam hall, please take him from where he is and put him under your nose in front. Let him sit in front, because I didn't want him to be implicated in the exam malpractice. And my colleagues were doing it. Duro Sharo was doing it. Anytime he saw my son, he carried him and put him in the front row, because he knew that the guy was brilliant and other students could be, you get what I'm saying now? He said, number two, and two of them will be caught. I said, if they catch you, I'm not going to beg. And the guy graduated the best in the College of Engineering. And like somebody even said, the Professor Ismail has said it at the inaugural lecture last week. The best, they set questions for them, all the graduates of engineering in Nigerian universities for that set that graduated. It was the best in the whole country. When you know what you know, I never went lecturer to lecturer, sorting, begging for mark for any of my children. And those of you that taught them, tell me, did I come to you? No. And so, it is all about you. I said in my conclusion, the future starts with you, and it starts with me. Our own, once we are able to ensure that what I'm doing is right, and you ensure that what you're doing is right, then that ripple effect will spread, and the culture of excellence. Yes, the founding fathers built that culture of excellence, and to some extent, we are running with it. We may not be perfect. For example, I mentioned the electricity. I mentioned the challenges, Abi. There may be other challenges I didn't mention. Like, there are a lot of things now. In those days, did you know, Professor Dedikpe was the one doing interview for employment by himself. But somebody asked me, now political influence, they give you from Abuja and take, you must employ these people. Political influence. Is that going to promote the culture of excellence? But when they come with the political influence, we will organize seminar like this, hoping that anybody here that came with political influence, Efarabale, calm down with your political influence. Whether you know the governor or you know, let me tell you something. One day, when I was doing student affairs, there was this problem with MTN mast. I don't know how many of you knew about it. MTN mast, student riot. And I became, after the riot and the student union was banned, I was appointed Dean Student Affairs. So it was my responsibility to now handle the aftermath. And when the student leaders were rusticated, they were even expelled. Later they were pardoned. Political influence. They were brought back. And one of them came, the day they came back. Listen, came. I was doing student affairs. And while I was trying to, because the VC called me and then handed them over to me, the then vice chancellor. So these are your boys, oh? You better go and warn them all. So I said, follow me. They followed me. We went to the office. While we were discussing, one of them carried a file. A file, if I mention the political leader that time, I don't want to mention the name. If I mention the political leader in Oyo State, at that time, okay, you know the person already. I will not mention the name. The file, he brought the file of the man's name, letter paper of the man, and the thing, he intentionally scattered the file in my office so that I will see the political leader, the name of the political leader. And I saw it. And I said, listen to me. You have been pardoned by the grace of Senate. And I want to warn. I was not Dean of Students when this thing happened. But I'm Dean of Students now. I will not tolerate any nonsense from any of you. I said, if you do it, I will be number one. I will not defend you before Senate. I said, no, that from today, my eyes are on you. If you are going home, my eyes are on you. If you are coming to school, my eyes are on you. If you're eating food in your house, my eyes are on you. And any nonsense, I will report you to Senate. They come down by force. So what am I saying? Carry yourself. Don't accept any rubbish. Dressing, you can address it. Students not coming for lectures, take attendance. You know why? That will defend you. One year, I went to Senate with a laptop. Tell us why the performance of the students were like this. I went with my laptop. and they were mentioning matric number, so. I said he attended only one time from my laptop. So you talked about 16 or whatever, or 14. I said, were you not in Senate that year? This one, I had compiled the attendance on the laptop, and I took attendance 7 times, 7 days, 7 weeks of taking attendance. And that year, there was 9 weeks of lectures. The Vice Chancellor said, 7 is okay, 7 is okay. 7 out of 9, 7, it's okay, you did well. And then, so it was easy for me to calculate. 1/7 times 100/1, 2/7 times 100/1, 3/7 times 100/1, to know whether it is 70%. So the 70%, there are some conditions you must know. The issue of a student, you must know, if he didn't meet 70, he shouldn't even write the exam. He shouldn't even write the exam. So HODs are not implementing it. If a student did not do 70% attendance, he should not write the exam. And it's because we don't compile. We're supposed to provide the data to the HOD before the exam starts. And we stop a student from attending lectures, from attending exam. And it will become serious. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here. And I am happy to be a facilitator. Please, let's turn the attention back on ourselves and try to be the best that we ought to be so that this university can move forward. There is a pipeline, like I told you. Wale Shoboejo talked about that pipeline. Production of people, academics of excellence is a pipeline. And when we produce the good academics, other universities can snatch them, or you can snatch them. The one you did not mention, where you are coming from, can snatch them. But I can tell you that this university, I've assessed people for professorship from different universities. I've also gone for accreditation. NUC accreditation, you had it in more than 16 universities in this country. There is nothing you can tell me about animal science, maybe biochemistry, but I can tell you about the culture of other universities in animal science. I can tell you that. And I can tell you that this university is still #1 in animal science in this country. But biochemistry, I cannot talk about it. Statistics, I cannot talk about it. Chemistry, mathematics, it is for you to tell me whether we are doing the right thing or we are not doing the right thing. But they came for accreditation in biochemistry, and they gave you full accreditation. They came for accreditation in microbiology, and they gave you full accreditation. I sat on your toe. Remember, I came to you. I sat on your neck when you were preparing for the accreditation. I came to your lab. I saw the sand bucket. It was not looking fine. I sat on your neck, but you passed, and you got the result. And I'm happy that we got 100%, because those people also know where they're coming from. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've addressed these issues. Thank you very much. God bless you.
So, thank you very much. For just a few announcements, please, the form has been sent. You should do good to fill those forms and revert them quickly, please, the Google Forms. Then also, by end of the day tomorrow, we'll have the video link sent. That's what other groups would have had theirs, so we'll have the link sent. So you can go there and you can, of course, enjoy the lectures for yourself. So yes, so please, for call fees, Dr. Oladoyinbo we have sent it to him. He will broadcast that. For co-bios, the Deputy Dean, Dr. Oloyede, will do that. Then Dr. Latunji for co-length will do that. So please, the videos will also be sent to them and they will broadcast them. Thank you very much, sir. For co-bios, the Deputy Dean, Dr. Oloyede,